Okay, Lindsay, if you wouldn't mind speaking.
Testing, testing. August 3rd, board meeting, 10 o'clock.
That works. There's just a delay on
August 3rd.
YouTube, so that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Post-its, how are they? All right. So do we have Lindsay or Alex that's doing the electronic backing here?
Chair Ryan, Alex is doing the streaming, but I'm doing all the kind of hosting of promoting people.
Okay. Takes a team. All right. Sounds good, Lindsay.
It takes a team, that's for sure.
And I saw your note on item 30. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you bet. Okay. And how we doing? Look like, not sure if Lena's out there. I see Judy.
Supervisor Fowler is not on yet, but
Okay.
the others are all on.
Yeah, we got another minute here before we hit 10 o'clock. Nice photo, Judy. Looks like you updated your photograph. Nice.
I can't hear anybody.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. All right, now I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't know what was wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't tell the electronic was working when I asked the question because I had my mute on. So I already went through my mute being stuck on for you people out there that are going to give me trouble. There. All right. Just in a little second or two here. Okay, Steve, how are you feeling? You got everybody you need out there?
Ready to go, sir.
Okay, fantastic. Well, it is 10 o'clock. And so just to be right on schedule, or at least start out that way, I want to welcome everybody to today's regular session. We will have executive sessions later in the day. We always have that prerogative as we are posted if it's necessary that we need to step into that for particular items on the board agenda. So the first item of business is, let me just reach out to our supervisors and have them say hello. So from District 1, Supervisor Patrice Horstman.
Yes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to August, I guess. And it's great to be back. I'm not sure that July seemed like it was much of a break, and but it was fun-filled and packed with community activities, which is always a nice thing. So thanks for welcoming us back, Chair Ryan, and welcome to the other board members and the staff and the members of the public.
All right. Yes, summer is progressing through rather rapidly. So, District 2 Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez.
Nice to see everyone again. I just wanted to say thank you for everybody that held down the fort while I was away, and I appreciate being home, and great job, staff, for everything you've been doing, holding down everything, because it's been a lot. I've been constantly impressed by our staff and how well they've been working and managing these different crises that the county's had to endure. So again, I just want to say thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for everything you've been doing to make sure that we're getting the resources we need. And I'm looking forward to a good meeting today. Thank you.
All right. Well, I wasn't sure if you were in Mexico City or Tokyo. I was trying to figure it out. But you're still in District 1 up there with your photo. I love it. All right. Thank you. And welcome back, Geronimo. Next, we have Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy?
Hey, I just ran up the stairs. Good
All
morning,
right.
everyone. Been in a meeting with the Navajo Nation Monsoon group that's been updating each, this is the second update. So sitting along the roadside, hoping that I won't lose connection. And I looked at the time and did my report and then took off again. But we've got to be, I guess, proactive in a lot of these things. You know, we know that it's going to rain every year, but we kind of just let it go until it's right here. We're running around with sandbags and stuff like that. And so anyway, I just want to say good morning to everyone. We have a long day, and I'm ready to roll.
All right. And I'm not seeing Vice Chair Fowler, but I'm sure she'll be joining us soon. Next item of business is Pledge of Allegiance. So could everybody please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you don't have a flag, we have one posted electronically or face to the east. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. All right, wonderful. Okay, next item of business is call to the public. And so call to the public is an item that we provide as a courtesy so that members of the public can bring an item to the board's attention that is not part of our agenda. Is there anybody out there that wishes to call to the public? And I'll ask our clerk to the board, Lindsay Daly, just to explain what you need to do if you'd like to do that. Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to do a comment during this public portion of the meeting, you can click the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen so that we can see your hand raised, and then we can unmute you so that you can speak.
Okay. I'm not seeing anybody. Lindsay?
No, there are no hands raised at this time.
Okay. So, and then if there's an item on the agenda beyond the consent agenda, there will be an opportunity to provide it. I think Lindsay took care of this, but I believe we have a panelist that will be speaking to an item later on. At that point, Lindsay will work together with you to promote you as a speaker when that item comes up. Next item of business is our consent agenda. And our consent agenda are items that are routine in nature. We combine them into a single vote instead of working our way through 30 items. I do need to note that we need to separate item 30 on the agenda for this. Or we may have seen work sessions associated with these items. I'll turn to the board and see if there's a desire for any separation items. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Number 4, please, if we could, I'd like to make a comment on that, if we could withdraw that from the consent agenda.
Okay. Any others? I'm not seeing any, so I consider a motion for approval of the consent agenda. Looks
I
like,
would so-
go ahead.
I would so move the approval of the consent agenda, Chair.
I have a
I'll
motion.
second it.
Motion by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Vasquez, in that order, District 1, District 2. So just to pause, would board members like to comment? Not seeing any comment, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any?
Aye.
And that is a unanimous of those present. So the consent agenda is approved. So we've just approved all items with the exception of item 4 and 30, which we've separated for additional notes or discussion. Supervisor Horstman, item number 4.
Yes, thank you. And I want to, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I really want to thank you and to thank County School Superintendent Mango Paget for inviting the board to participate in the 2021 Teacher of the Year and Rookie Teacher of the Year program. Obviously, we know that this program recognizes and honors teachers' experience. They aren't attempting to find the best teacher. That'd probably be very difficult, but to identify among the many outstanding teachers here in Coconino County, one that will be a visible recognition and vocal representative of the very best of our teaching profession here in Coconino County. And I want to thank our school superintendent for acknowledging these excellent exemplary teachers. And I would like to thank the board members for contributing towards the teacher and Rookie Teacher of the Year award presentation. I do think that the Superintendent Mango Paget is with us this morning, and she might want to say a few words about the Teacher of the Year and Rookie Teacher of the Year program.
Oh, that'd be really neat. Are you out there, Cheryl? And do we need to promote her, Lindsay?
Yes, Cheryl, if you're out there, can you raise your hand so I can see you and promote you?
Maybe she's not there.
Yeah, I don't see her on there.
Oh, that's all right. Well, she's always working hard, so I can understand. And this item already is moving. It looks like it's going to move through. Just a point of note, I want to compliment you, Supervisor Horstman, in picking this up. I know the superintendent reached out to me. We were working through our administrative processes for how to handle this this type of application. And so my delay in response to her was took place with that, but she needed to be able to follow up. You followed up with her. I really appreciate you pulling that together on that. Any other comments from the board on this?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Please.
I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate this request coming before the board. I think it's very important that, we really support our community in the initiatives that they pursue. And in education, we tell our students to go to school and get educated. And one of these days you will be a role model positively, and also an educator, and come back and help the others that are coming up the ladder. So it kind of encourages the students to think about this career also, and then also it's a sense of pride and appreciation for the student, the teachers, and also validating their work, and also letting them know that they're being thought about, and that we're there for them, to help them out as far as being teachers. So and then also they have a sense of belonging, and then also it's an investment in our community for those. And so I just want to say thank you so much, for it being brought to us. And I think it's very important that we're there for the communities that we serve. Thank you.
I think this is an easy one. Geronimo, I would imagine you probably have. We have all kinds of educators, scattered throughout here. Go ahead, Geronimo.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for us as a board to support this effort. As a former educator, I really appreciate the work that our educators do in the county. I'm really looking forward to seeing who gets recognized as Teacher of the Year. That's an exciting honor, and I'm just very pleased that we as a collective are supporting this. So thank you, board, for supporting this, and thank you, teachers, for all your hard work. And I look forward to seeing who is recognized as the Teacher of the Year.
I'd like to make a motion at this time.
Oh, please do.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve a budget adjustment from District 1 CI account in the amount of 500, District 2 CI account in the amount of 500, District 3 Community Initiative of 500, and then also District number 3 for $500, for a total of $2,000 for the 2021 Teacher of the Year, Rookie of the Year program.
Okay,
I'll second that motion. I believe it was for District 1, 2, 3, and 4 for $500.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's what you were saying, right, Judy?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarification. Also, I just one comment from my side. My gosh, there are awesome candidates out there, as there always are, and so really need to see these great teachers and the profession being advocated for, as Supervisor Begay and others are. I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Okay, item number 30. We, as I understand, and I'm going to check in with staff and with Rose, that the intent is to move this item pending attorney review. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Prue, County Manager. This is a substantial grant from the Department of Health Services that involves creation of a variety of positions, all dedicated to COVID. I'm going to ask Kim Musselman, if with your permission, sir, to speak to this topic, and then back to the board for consideration. Thank you. Kim?
Okay. All right. Thanks, Steve. Kim?
Good morning, Chair Ryan, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing us to provide some additional information regarding this item. We were hopeful that we would have the final completed contract in our hands. We've been told that it is on its way, and for whatever reason is delayed at the Attorney General's office for nothing other than I think it's lost in someone's process. So with that being said, our request is that the board still consider tentative approval of this contract. I will explain what is specifically involved in this contract, what we are getting, what we have to produce, so that there is substantial information that the board is aware of what you would be approving. And then when we do receive the contract, Attorney Rose Winkler will then just be approving as to form. I will let Rose obviously add any other comments that I may have left out, but just to advise you, this is for the Enhancing Detection Grant. It is a 2-year grant. What this grant, the goal of this grant is to enhance data management and communication, education, prevention, and continue our case investigations. This is going to allow us to strengthen our planning and communications with respect to the public, our IT infrastructure, specifically for streamlining data collection in health and human services related to COVID, and of course, continued investigation, monitoring, and surveillance during this COVID pandemic. So as is posted in the agenda, there are 12 positions that are inclusive in this contract, which are all limited appointments. There's a public health planner, a public relations communications position, a program manager for oversight of the multiple components of these different programs, 3 IT staff, and an administrative assistant position to assist in finance. As you're all aware, we continue to bring in lots of dollars to the county for the COVID response and HHS and need additional assistance in tracking all of those funds appropriately. And then lastly, really important to this grant is the continued employment of currently 4 communicable disease investigator positions and an epidemiologist position. Those are all currently positions that are filled, that are being paid out of another grant, and that grant is due to expire in February, and we want to be able to continue those positions for the foreseeable future, and have included them in this grant as well. So with that being said, if I have missed anything, Rose, please let me know, or certainly if there's any questions of the board, would ask for your tentative approval, and then certainly Steve, any other additional things that you would like to add?
Mr. Chair, I would just offer one comment. We would be seeking approval rather than tentative approval, but approval contingent on final review by the county attorney as to the form of the contract. And so if I could, Mr. Chairman, turn it over to Deputy County Attorney Rose Winkler for comment.
Yeah, please do. Rose, please.
You. I would just add that, once we do get the agreement, I would certainly review for form and authority. And if there is anything, that I think is outside of that scope, outside of my scope of review, I would bring it to certainly Kim and Steve's attention. And if we needed the board to reconsider, we would do that. So I just wanted to clarify potential next steps. But ultimately, given that we have several grants from the state, I expect the agreement to be in the same form as prior ones. And so I don't expect any issues, but certainly I will, stay within my scope of authority and bring any issues to the board or to the county manager if they arise.
Okay, questions for the board members? No, understanding what we're, yeah, go ahead, please, Judy.
We're going to approve it and we don't have the documentation, but I trust the staff. I just want to reiterate that it comes back before the board if there's anything that is that we need to revisit. And so I really don't like to do things this way, but I don't want to be a block to anything that's going to be continuous and preventing us to get to continue with these services that we're providing. But I just want to let you know that out front that I usually say no to stuff like this. But on another note, these positions that are on here, were some of these positions, are all these positions currently being done right now? And all we're doing is trying to get a grant to continue the funding, or are some of these new added positions that was, or let me take this back. These positions were approved in the grant that we're getting.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Yes, and thank you, Supervisor. And Begay, with respect to the positions, the only positions right now that are currently occupied are the 4 communicable disease investigator and the epidemiologist position, which are currently being funded out of another grant. And by approval of this grant, when that grant funding runs out in February, their positions will transition into this grant for payment of those ongoing positions. The other positions are currently in the process of being recruited and are not yet filled.
Okay, so with that, I don't have any questions, but certainly, the recruiting process is going to take a long time, and February is going to be here in no time. Thank you for all job well done.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you're ready, I'll be happy to make this motion. I think COVID is still one of our county's very top priorities, and it would be, I'd be happy to make the motion on this.
Yeah, I just point a note from it for me would be Rose answered my question. And so I was going to ask you what you said, Rose. You're clairvoyant. Very good. I wanted that clarified for the sake of the public record, that we have a check and balance as Judy's desiring also, and the rest of the board for that matter, on it, that it will be brought back to us if there's anything beyond the scope that we've already discussed here on that. So really appreciate it. Go ahead, Patrice, if you could.
Yeah, Thank you. And yes, as I said, COVID is the number one. It's certainly number one and number 1.5, I think, priorities for the county. So at this point, I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract enhancing detection between Coconino County Health and Human Services and the Arizona Department of Health Services for fiscal year 22 in the amount of $2,060,546, including an FY22 budget adjustment of the same amount and a request to add a program manager 3-position full-time, public health planner full-time, communication specialist full-time, administrative specialist 3 full-time, and 4 communicable disease investigators, full-time epidemiologist. I can't pronounce that.
Epidemiologist. There you go.
Kim, how do you pronounce it? Data analyst, communicable disease and 3 county IT positions, a project coordinator full-time, business application specialist full-time, and technical specialist full-time to enhance COVID-19 detection, all contingent on legal approval. Any changes would be brought back to the governing board for a review and possible amendments to this motion.
I second the motion.
That's nice. Very good. Well done. And I was teasing you there, Patrice, but actually I struggled with it, if you remember. I said it for, all my years in biology. I had no problem saying it. And then when it came to saying it at board level, I just stumbled. Yeah. Anyway.
3-syllable, 4-syllable words, they just get really confusing.
They sure do. So Kim, we captured everything that we needed in there, correct? Okay, just wanted to double check that.
Yes, thank you.
So, and then the other piece, Patrice, I want to double check because as I'm trying to take notes here, I may have missed it and you may have had it in your motion. You had a contingent upon county attorney review. Did you have that in there?
I sure did.
Okay. That's understood. Any further comments from the board? If not, I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Okay, next item. Actually, I want to pause for a second because I had what could be perceived as confusing. I stated that our consent agenda was items 1 through 30, and we took a motion associated with consent agenda. I would ask that we have an additional motion to include 31 through 37, which are parts of the consent agenda. That may have been your intent when you made the motion, Patrice, but for the sake of clarity and cleaning up my own statement earlier, would you mind doing that?
No problem. Just for clarification's sake, let's also add to the consent agenda items 31 through 37 for
Second.
approval.
Okay, a motion from Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of that motion, vote aye.
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 All right, fantastic. Next, I need a motion to form as the Flood Control District Board of Directors.
A motion that we form as the flood control district.
All right, motion by Supervisor Vasquez,
Second.
second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
So right now, and it should be noted that we have 2 items that were added by addendum, item 38A and 38B to the consent agenda. Patrice, did you want to comment to that point there? I said Patrice, I mean Lucinda.
I was like, what?
Listen to my brain, not what my mouth says here. That's hard, geez. Did you want to?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I just want to note that one of the contracts is actually part of an annual renewal that's an award and annual renewal, the contract with Natural Channel Design, but we modified that to incorporate the contract requirements from the Natural Resources Conservation Service with the Board of Directors approval on Friday. And that's also the case with the Tiffany Construction. That contract has been in place. This would be the 4th amendment of that contract fourth year in effect. But again, we modified that to incorporate the NRCS requirements for the work that's being done now out in Mount Eldon Estate. So just to clarify that, thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, any desire for separation and questions or comments? Not seeing. So, oh, go ahead, Judy, please.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda. And okay, for 38A, we're talking about the award our RFQ 2021-109 ongoing. Oh, Matt, what did you do to me? On-call servicing, engineering services to all the 10 firms that we have listed, and it's also up to $500,000 for the award. I have a question. A lot of these, at one point in time, I was talking about the policies as how we're operating and when the last policies were updated. I still really think that, you know, a lot of these policies we have, I understand some of them may be outdated, been there for a long time, and to be in up to date, and also to add things in there that might be able to help us to move things faster and things like that. You know, I just and by experience, I know the staff do a lot of work, and I know they're very smart in, you know, a lot of ways, and they learn new things throughout the year. So, but anyway, that's just a comment there. But I just want to say thank you for bringing these up, and this one is only for 10 firms, and this is annually, right?
So these contracts, item number 38, we went through a solicitation process, which is really dictated by state statute, how we go about procuring professional engineering services. And we have a stable, so to speak, of engineering firms that are on contract with us. And it'll be in effect for, typically it's for a 5-year period. And there's 10 firms that went through that competitive process and will be on that on-call list, so to speak. And we can enter into projects up to $500,000. That dollar amount is dictated by statute as well. I mean, it's gone up considerably over the years that I've been here, by the way. The development and construction industry and engineering industry has been very influential. And then 38A is one of those contracts, if you know. One of them is with Natural Channel Design. Then we took that base contract and then added the specific requirements for the NRCS contract, so that the district had to sign with NRCS, and then place those into the contract, both with Natural Channel Design and with Tiffany Construction, because they're actually the ones performing the work. Tiffany's doing the construction. Natural Channel Design is doing the construction management and put together the plans for that project. So we needed to update those to incorporate the NRCS requirements. So that's why that one is bifurcated. Those two are separate from that. So, and we did this is talking about lessons learned and how to do things more effectively. This is something we learned and was an effort to reduce our liability. We had a risk management plan for the flood control district that we instituted for the Schultz flood efforts. And this was a recommendation that came from County Attorney Bill Ring. He was not county attorney at that time. He was deputy civil attorney, but at that time he recommended, and his predecessor recommended, that we do this so that our contractors also have to adhere to all the requirements that we have to adhere to under NRCS. So that's a long story, but yes, we are incorporating lessons learned here and trying to improve our processes.
Thank you, Lucinda.
Thank you.
There you go. There's my first mute violation. Great question, and really good to have the explanation associated with that. So this is a consent item. However, whoever makes the motion, please make sure that you note that the addendum items are included in the consent agenda. So barring other further comment, I'll go ahead and consider a motion on this for the flood control district. Supervisor Horstman.
At this time, and with the clarification provided, I would at this time move the consent agenda for items 38, 38A, and 38B for approval.
I'll second.
A motion and by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Vasquez. I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next item of business is we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Aha. I'm going to give it to Supervisor Begay. And I've been watching the Olympics here. I need a second.
Second. No,
Oh, I guess I have the motion from Supervisor Horstman and I got a second from Supervisor Begay. Must have been a photo finish. All right. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next item is we need to resolve is the Jail District Board of Directors. Who will be the person to make that motion there?
I'll motion to.
All right, there's
I'll
Supervisor.
second, and I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Vasquez, second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
We're now acting in the capacity of the Board of Directors of the Jail District. We have a consent agenda before us. It only has one item. If barring questions, I'll consider a motion for approval. Is there anybody that wants separation? Not seeing it, I need a motion.
So moved. Accept the consent agenda for the jail district.
I have a motion by District Director Horstman. I need a second.
Yeah.
I have a second by Director Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Next, we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor or Director Horstman.
Second.
Second by Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. Now we need to resolve as the flood. Oh my gosh, we're not flood control. I got turned around in my agenda here. The Health District Board of Directors.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're now acting in the capacity of the Board of Directors of the Health District. We have a consent agenda of item 40. Anybody desiring separation? Not seeing it, I'll consider a motion for approval.
A motion that we approve the appointment of Kim Musselman as the Chief Health Officer for the Coconino County Public Health Services District.
second.
I have a motion by Director Vasquez, a second by Director Begay. I was going to interview first, on this, but I think I'll go ahead. No, Kim, you've been doing a fantastic job. Really appreciate your leadership, and I probably should turn to both. Well, should we vote on this first? Why don't we vote on this one, and then we can go to comments by the county manager and Kim. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Carries unanimously. So, Steve, did you want to go first, or you want Kim to go first?
I'm happy you took the vote before Kim reconsidered. No, she leads a fantastic team, and Kim has done a fantastic job. And so, really do want to just appreciate Kim and her team for all the work they've done. It's not been a typical 2 years. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Kim?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair Ryan and Supervisors and County Manager. And certainly with Mike Oxaby's retirement, and as we continue to work through not only COVID, but also just the structure and recruitment of those to fill big shoes, appreciate the support and confidence. So thank you to all of you.
Yeah, and I would add to that. I mean, it's much beyond COVID. You're doing you've gone through and have proceeded with a whole reorganization of bringing multiple organizational elements together with the human services component and career center added to it. Really took special leadership and important for the county folks as well. Really appreciate it, Kim. Thank you for that.
And if I can
Please.
as well, since we had vote before comment. So, and just again, to what everybody has said, Kim, you've just done an incredible job, not just dealing with a worldwide pandemic that Coconino County showed true leadership here in the state and quite frankly in the country. But also there's more to the HHS than just the COVID response. And I think sometimes we forget that because the COVID response is so overwhelming and so.
Oh, you froze up, Patrice. Yeah, she's frozen there. While Patrice is coming back on, other board members, go ahead, Geronimo.
Sure, I'd just like to say thank you for your leadership, Kim. We really appreciate it, and not just with the COVID response, but also with the rental assistant and some of the other utility assistance and programs that have really made a difference for our families during this time of COVID and this time of need that are kind of collateral damage from COVID. And those programs have been essential to many of our families, and just want to say thank you for all your flexibility and willingness to accommodate our community as much as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could add one other comment just to thoroughly embarrass Kim.
Oh, great.
I first crossed paths with her when she was the feisty executive director of Victim Witness Services a few years ago.
Just a few.
That's right. That's right. My gosh, how we forget these things.
Anyway.
Your journey has been wonderful, actually, for everything you've done, Kim. Really good.
Well, thank you, and thank you to all of you. And again, I would be remiss because it is not about me. I'm without, Deputy Michelle Axland, with division managers Amy Young and Eve Walters and the entire team at HHS. None of this could be done without all of them and all of the people that support each and every one of the programs and all the things that we provide to the community and continue to grow and provide related to the pandemic as well as other needs in the community. So just thank you, but the thanks is really about all of the people that make it so that I know what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. So thank you.
All right.
Am I back on, by the way?
Yes, you are.
You got the gist of it, Kim. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I would like to make a comment also. I didn't think we need comments. She's done the real good job, very excellent job. And with all the whole department duties and responsibilities that she's undertaken and over and beyond, she can return your calls at 10 o'clock at night and email you at that time, to answer your questions. And, I think, and you are right that if there's no support there, then it's really hard to do a job. But we do have a lot of confidence in you, and also other department heads and the staff. I still say the Coconino County staff has shown a lot of expertise and things that they can get done, and it's really something that I really greatly appreciate to be a part of. So you do have the full board support, I know, and then just keep trucking, and there's probably going to be a lot of other things that you will be encountering, as far as a director. And as a director, sometimes you're working 7 days a week, and but you're doing it for the people out there, the community, and helping everyone out there to assist them. So I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. All right. Well, here we go. Another journey, huh? Every new day. So next item we need to move on would be we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Horstman, or Director Horstman. Second by Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We are now acting in the capacity as the Board of Supervisors. And so this, by doing consent this way, it moves us through more rapidly, not taking a vote on each item. Next item is item 41, and it is a public hearing. It's a public hearing and a possible recommendation around a Arizona Department of Liquor license. And this is the Grand Canyon Caverns and Inn LLC. And I'll turn it over to our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly, to present on this item.
Thank you, Chair
Oh.
Ryan. Morning, Supervisors. Sorry, go ahead.
Lindsay, and we need to make sure we promote Brandy Pettit up. You probably
Yes,
already did. Okay,
She's promoted.
okay.
Brandy is here on representing the applicant for this liquor license application. And the Grand Canyon Caverns and Inn is located in District 1 at mile marker 115, Route 66 in Peach Springs. The establishment currently has a liquor license, and what they're seeking in the application is a permanent change to the area of service, an extension of premise patio permit. So this would be for the patio area attached to the hotel bar restaurant. And the applicant is also seeking a barrier exemption for the patio attached to the motel. A notice and copy of that application was posted at the location for 20 days. I went out and posted it myself. And we did have the Sheriff's Office, Health and Human Services, Community Development Department, and our risk manager review the application. They do not have any concerns with the application. The board is required to consider and make a recommendation on this application. The recommendation may be to approve, disapprove, or offer a no recommendation decision on the application. The board itself does not issue the license, but makes the recommendation based on its knowledge of the local area and needs and desires of the community. Thank you.
All right, so first opportunity would be for the board if they have any questions. And after that, I probably should have explained the process. So after that, we'll have the applicant or the representative present. And then we'll open up the public hearing, then we'll bring it back to the board. So board members, any questions? We're getting feedback out there. Not seeing questions from the board members. This is an opportunity for the applicant or their representative. And I believe we're asking Ms. Pettit to...
It's Tippett, Brandy Tippett.
Tippett, oh gosh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. Wrote it down that way. I'm sorry. Ms. Tippett. You're not, you are muted from what I'm seeing. I have no microphone. I apologize. It's written in the comments right now.
If she, does she not have access? Is that what's going on, Lindsay?
You know, Brandy, I'll ask you, and you can type in the chat. Is the microphone on your side or is it on our side? No, it is on my side. It is on her side that she does not have a comment. We see the application in the chat. We can read the chat for public record if you have a comment you would like to make associated with this for the sake of the board.
I don't, do you want her to type in a comment? Or?
Yeah, I didn't explain that clearly. We're simply wanting to expand our outside areas, the comment that I have received by Ms. Brandy Tippett. Okay, and the board sees that I have spoken to Ms. Horseman. I have explained over the phone. Do you want to add anything, Patrice?
I just to kind of help a little bit, and yes, I did have a wonderful conversation with Brandy. She has a great team out there at the Grand Canyon Caverns Clear Sky Resorts. It operates several amenities, including a motel, an RV site, and a restaurant within the caverns. And they are looking to expand into outside seating and an outside area, which of course requires the liquor license change that's before us right now. It sounds like they have considered it the outside use of their property well and have taken the adequate precautions to provide liquor in a controlled environment outside of their current restaurant operation.
Okay, for the sake of the rest of the board, do you have any questions for the sake of Patrice can help us navigate it, but we can also have Miss Tippett comment if necessary. I'm not seeing it from the rest of the board at this point. On that, I will note as a supervisor, it's probably been 15, 20 years since I've been there, but it is quite enough. It's a really neat amenity to the area. The caverns are. However, we have an application before us. We need to go through a public hearing. And so I'll go ahead and open it up for the sake of the hearing to the public. And Lindsay, for the sake of record, please explain what people need to do. We'll go
Sure.
through that.
If someone would like to provide a public comment on this item, please hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen so that we are able to see that you want to speak, and then we will unmute you so you can speak.
I'm not seeing anybody. I'll check with you, Lindsay.
No, there's no hands raised.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. But I would imagine this is in your district, Patrice, so I'll turn to you.
Thank you. And I don't know if other members of the board have any questions or other comments. I would state at this time that I'm excited for them for their outdoor expansion that's being proposed there at the Grand Canyon Caverns. As we all know, Coconino County relies on tourism to sustain our economy. The Grand Canyon Caverns is certainly a great tourist attraction within our county, and it is my pleasure to move the approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding an application for a permanent extension of premises/patio permit for the existing liquor license for the Grand Canyon Caverns and Inn and their licensee, Jeffrey Craig Miller, located at 115 mile marker Route 66, Peach Springs, Arizona, 86434.
All right, I have a motion. I need a second.
A second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Vasquez. Any further comment? Seeing no comment, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously.
And if I may, Chair, I'd like to thank Brandy Tippett for joining us today. I know that sometimes the internet is not always great out there, but thank you very much. And I enjoyed our conversation. So thank you.
And she notes that she would love to have all of us come out there and visit and see them. So there you go. Great opportunity. It is a neat operation. It'd be neat for folks to get out there. And all our visitors to come as well. Yes. Pleasure's mine. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day from Ms. Tippett. Okay, with that, let me pause for a minute. Why don't we, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, take 5-minute bio break, and then we'll come back, and next item of business is item 42, which is a discussion of NRCS, or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Natural Resources Conservation Services. Okay, it is 10:50, so why don't we come back in about 5? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Let's see who we have out there. See if we got our board back. Let's see, Patrice, Horseman, there Supervisor Vasquez, Geronimo, and Supervisor Begay. All right, I think there you are. Fantastic. We got the board back. And so the next item of business is item 42 is a presentation and discussion considering the possible action to approve exigency funding of up to $750,000 award to the county from USDA's Natural Resources and Conservation Services Emergency Watershed Protection Program. That's a mouthful, with a required match from the county of $187,500 for flood mitigation. So for this item, we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so. Patrice was waving her hand.
So move.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Now we're acting in the capacity as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And so I'll turn it over to staff. Are we starting with Steve or are we starting with Lucinda?
All right to Lucinda today. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Lucinda?
Good morning again. Thank you very much. Lucinda Andriani. I'm Deputy County Manager and Flood Control District Administrator. And as you are aware, this is a slight change to the agenda. We moved forward with putting this specific item for approval of the NRCS grant onto a special meeting on Friday afternoon. And so that we could secure that approval as quickly as possible. That approval, which the Board of Directors did approve. And again, I want to thank you for your support for this. This is a critical museum flood area project out in Mount Eldon Estates. This money is secured to implement some important measures out there to reduce the impacts of the flooding that's been experienced out there. I think as everyone's aware, and Christopher will get into more detail on the project a little bit later, but we are now experiencing what we anticipated we would experience and that our modeling showed we would experience off of the museum fire burn scar. And we'll talk about that this morning. We'll go ahead and provide an update to the Board of Directors. I know that there's that the City Council for Flagstaff City Council members and staff have been invited to view the update as well, and they may well be joining us for the meeting. So we're going to go ahead and provide an update, a little bit more information that we provided on Friday in terms of particularly focusing in on the mutual response, both by the city and the flood control district. So with that, I'm going to ask, Sean is driving the presentation today, and he's going to go ahead and bring that up, and we'll move through some of the initial slides here fairly quickly. And then we'll focus a little bit more, as I mentioned, on the response. And then we want to turn in toward the end in talking about potential long-term mitigation and what efforts we have underway there as well. So go ahead, Sean, to the next slide here.
So before you go on, Lucinda, just I think it would be important. We should note that we have Council Member Adam Shimoni out there. I don't see other council members at this time. While this is not a joint meeting, it is an opportunity for the City Council to observe the Flood Control District. As a courtesy, after we're done, I'll provide an opportunity if council members want to make a comment. In the meantime, if you could note, I see Andy and Scott out there, but note city staff members that might be here as well.
Yes, and Stacy Breckler-Nags is on with us as well. Thank you for joining us. And We'll be providing another update at the joint city-county meeting scheduled for August 23rd. So we'll see what occurs between now and then. We're expecting the monsoons to have a little bit of a dry period here this week, which is excellent for construction. And we're expecting the rain to begin again on Friday and Saturday. So moving into the presentation, just a quick overview here. You'll see we have a number of topics that we're going to cover today, starting with the background and then talking about the flooding events that we've experienced to date, and then talk a little bit about response costs and the financials for the district, how this is affecting those financials, and then talk about the long-term flood mitigation planning. All right, Sean, next slide. And go to the next slide. We'll talk a little bit about the background here. I think everyone's aware of the museum fire. We just passed the 2-year date here. The real significant points here is that it burned a pretty significant area of this watershed severely or moderately over very steep slopes. Go on to the next slide here. You can see a photograph of the steep terrain and the severely burned condition that's there. And this is what's creating the repetitive and severe flooding that we're now experiencing in Mount Eldon Estates, as well as within the city of Flagstaff, the Paradise, Grandview, and Sunnyside neighborhoods. Next slide, please. As you know, we did a J.E. Fuller conducted on behalf of the Flood Control District an initial analysis and identified that there were 400 homes and 35 businesses located within the flood path. And we began to immediately implement emergency mitigation measures, barriers, sandbags throughout the flood area, along with other measures as well. Next slide. This is the map that you've seen many times. It shows the flood area as well as the burn area at the top of the slide, and the flood area toward the middle, extending from there down through. Important to note that Mount Eldon Estates is within a half a mile of the burn area, and the city of Flagstaff is within 2 miles of the burn area. So we typically see flood water within Mount Eldon Estates within about 10 minutes of when we get rain onto the burn scar. Obviously, it has to be intense enough that to create some level of flooding, but now with the saturation of the soils, we're seeing that water very quickly, typically within 10 minutes or less. And then at Flagstaff, we're usually seeing in about 20 to 30 minutes. And again, the accuracy of this, important to note, the flood events, go to the next slide here. Well, actually, we'll come back. Go ahead and move back. I'm sorry, Sean. Important to note, we'll talk a little bit more about the flood events, but if you look at that burn scar, important to note that to date, we still have not had a rain event that covers the entire burn area. And we've had pretty heavy rainfall in certain areas of the burn area, but not the entire burn area. So we haven't seen quite the extent of flooding, but we've certainly seen the severity of flooding that we would have anticipated. Next slide. And then, as you're aware, we made some investments back in 19 and 20 to try to help mitigate some of the impacts. I just completed this last spring, an important project within Mount Eldon Estates that, frankly, if we had not constructed, we would have absolutely had homes with major damage in the area. And then, of course, after doing the work in 19, we experienced both in 19 and 20 the monsoons. Next slide, please. And then these are some projects that the city implemented as well to protect a water main above Paradise, as well as a natural gas pipeline, 2 important pieces of infrastructure. And also they done some work within the Spruce Wash Channel near Cedar Avenue as well. Next slide, please. And also upsize the culvert at Linda Vista, as well as installing debris bollards there at Linda Vista as well. This was both done in 2020. All these projects were done in 2020. So next slide, please. And then beginning on July 13th, next slide, please. The Weather Service had predicted that we would have a much more normal or greater than normal monsoon season this year. And I think we can all testify to the fact that we've definitely had significant monsoon activity to date. Within the first 3 weeks, we experienced 6 pretty good sized rainfall events on the burn scar, as well as 5 significant flooding events. We've had a couple other flooding events into the neighborhoods, but that water's remained in the channels. And as I noted before, and always need to be transparent with people. We have not seen it, the really big event yet that was modeled, which would represent 2 inches of rainfall over the entire burn area, which is certainly possible. And we saw that on many occasions out in the Schultz area. So the impacts that took place, even with the extensive mitigation that was installed in 19 and 20 and in 21, we had 22 homes and 2 businesses with interior flooding. The estimated damage cost coming from the city has conducted those damage assessments is estimated at about $500,000. The city's also estimated the damage to their infrastructure. This would include their stormwater system, drainage, public streets, et cetera, at approximately $1.8 million. The district infrastructure, that project that we finished this spring out in Mount Ellen Estates, damage to that's been estimated probably around $300,000 to $400,000. And then the roads in Mount Ellen Estates are actually private roads. And we've come up with an estimated damage that there's been no actual formal review of that, but probably somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. So significant damage has taken place given the flood events that have occurred. And this is typical. This is really typical and what we anticipated based upon the analysis that was conducted in 2019, where what is different than some of the more random rain events that we've seen across both Flagstaff and throughout the county, where through monsoon seeding, you will get significant events randomly. What you get from post-wildfire flooding is that repetitive, severe flooding. And it's the repetitive nature of this that literally every time, I think now the last time we even saw less than ½ inch, we got a pretty good flow through the city. So the water flowed all the way home. I think it got fairly close, if not to the Rio. It certainly flowed across and at one point closed Route 66. These have been significant flood events. Now to the next slide. We're going to view a couple of videos here. The first video that Sean's going to go ahead and bring up is one with the flooding in the Mount Eldon Estates area. And you can go ahead and bring that up. It takes a few minutes. We've got to go to a link to bring this up. You can see the flooding. Thank you, Sean. That video, go ahead and bring up the second video, Sean, but that video is of the western tributary, which only represents about 25% of the watershed. So You can see even the magnitude and velocity of the water and the erosive nature of the water, even from that small amount of the watershed. And this is within the city of Flagstaff. This is at Grandview and Linda Vista. All right, thank you, Sean. Back to the next slide here. So you can see that several of the rain events cause flows of this magnitude. Basically, it's bank to bank and banked by sandbags all the way down through Linda Vista, all the way down Main Street. And know that the channel that still goes behind those homes is full of water, as is once it gets to the stormwater system, that's full of water as well. Although in the first couple events, you can see the photograph here, those inlets plugged with a great deal of debris that came off of the burn area. And so we went into immediate response. The district, the city, the community established the Joint Emergency Operations Center that we had set up prior, starting in actually 2019. We began restoring, repairing, and sweeping the roads. Both the city and county public works forces were out, and it was all hands on deck around the clock. Removing debris from the channels and inlets, which was also supported by a contractor that we brought in to assist with that work. As well as the city's storm water group. They spent a lot of times pumping out the underground storm system, which was filled with debris and sediment. And again, bolstering the mitigation. And we immediately set up a call center to receive calls and began receiving calls within a very short period of time of the first flood event. So on to the next slide. Well, I won't cover all these facts and figures, but a couple of key ones is to note in the response that to date, there's been over 5,000, I think that figures up to 5,400 tons of mud and debris removed from the city. We now have close to 750,000 sandbags out in the flood area, as well as over 6,600 feet of barrier. Importantly, we've taken measures to help fortify the city's stormwater system as well. So next slide. Massive effort to fill in place sandbags. Our partnership with United Way, they've just done a tremendous job bringing in over 500. I think we're pretty close to 600 probably at this point. They're soliciting for volunteers every day. If anyone's listening and wants to volunteer, you can go on to the volunteer hub through United Way's webpage and sign up. We appreciate all the support from the volunteers. It's done a tremendous job. Also gotten support from our two different sets of conservation corps crews. And we also have two ancestral lands conservation crews coming in. As these crews rotate out, our ancestral lands crews will be coming in to support efforts as well. In addition to Team Rubicon, which is a veterans organization, our goal is to have a stockpile. So we went through 75,000 sandbags in 4 days, and that we had stockpiled. And now we're trying to, restockpile or build that stockpile back up again with 75,000 bags. So we're prepared for future flood events. We also have a number of bags going out to the Navajo Nation as well as the Hopi tribe to support their efforts out there dealing with, monsoonal activity. And then certainly sandbags were available to others within Flagstaff who have experienced other flooding throughout the city this monsoon season. Next slide, please. Here's some additional information about services provided in terms of debris removal, which is conducted by volunteers, and sandbags. We're also conducting site assessments to look at the mitigation at specific homes and businesses to make sure that it's adequate. If anybody had bags that were overtopped or any issues with their mitigation, they can call the call center and we'll send an engineer out to conduct a site assessment. Next slide, please. And then a great deal of effort going on relative to communication, just a tremendous amount of communications. And I really want to applaud both Alex Fisher as well as Jessica from the city, Jessica Drum, just done a great effort leading this communications. We've had a number of communications. We had daily, when we were having events, we had daily emails going out to the community. Now we're down to, I think, twice a week, but if events pick back up again, we will pick that up. Again, the call center, just tremendous efforts by both city and county staff to staff up the call center. We're over, as you can see there, over 476 calls to date. And then we're using our new Salesforce software to track those activities and to respond to those needs from within the community. Next slide, please. So that's a tremendous amount of effort. And, I'll tell you, I think in terms of, we went through Schultz and certainly we worked with other jurisdictions, the Forest Service. But in terms of the actual response, this is the first time the county's really worked hand in hand this closely with another jurisdiction. The Flood Control District has worked this closely together. And I think overall it's gone extremely well. I'm really proud and pleased of both teams, both the city and the district and county teams that have just done a phenomenal job with support from our consulting engineers, on-call consulting engineers, and contractors that we've brought in that have just been very responsive and supportive of all the efforts, and it's making a difference. I can very honestly say that if we had not gotten the mitigation in place, we would have had hundreds of homes with flooding in the interior. We would have had a really severe event from this flooding. If you can imagine that amount of water going through these communities, these neighborhoods, with no mitigation. So you can just imagine. I think some of you may have seen the photographs of the Telegraph post-wildfire flooding down in the Miami Globe area, and they're experiencing some really dramatic impacts. So, but there's a cost to this, and we'll move on to the next slide, Sean, to look at the cost. And here's a review of the costs. These are the costs as of last Friday. Flood Control District, the estimated costs, and I say estimated, but Jeremy's doing a fantastic job tracking all this. Our Lucidity system is making this, but we can literally have costs on a daily basis. It's really, really important in these types of situations. So you can see the district's expended cost as of Friday was $296,000. We have encumbered $210,000. Encumbered means that we have contracts that we've cut with the Conservation Corps, with contractors, with engineering firms. Doesn't mean all that money's been expended yet, but some of it has, some of it has not been. And then operating the EOC call center cost. This is labor, support services, that type of thing, is approaching $100,000. The total district response cost to date is a little over $600,000. That does not include the match that was approved by the board of directors on Friday. We'll capture that in one of the future slides here, which was $152,000. So up to $152,000, and then any costs that are deemed ineligible, which unlikely will have too much that's ineligible on this. Now, with the city of Flagstaff, their estimated response cost to date is $1.8 million. And although the district has participated in our participation in the clearing of the streets and other activities within the city, providing all the sandbag support effort, that is included in our costs. The city of Flagstaff is their response cost for their public works, stormwater, and other activities. And these figures are primarily for the museum flood response, and do not include costs related to other flood events here that have taken place in Flagstaff, which a couple of those have been pretty significant. So, and required a great deal of response on the behalf of the city and to some extent the district as well in support of those emergency responses. So, next slide. And then go to the next slide. And this is the anticipated projected impacts to the flood control district budget. As you'll see, the original budget, and this does include the NRCS match, the $152,000 grant match, which it's a 75%, 25% match with NRCS funding 75%. You can see the beginning fund balance, the original fund balance, we were going to end this year with approximately $650,000. And we're now estimating, based upon the impacts from the flood response, that will be in a deficit position. This is not surprising. We did experience this. There were, I think we had 7 years going through Schultz where the flood control district was in a deficit based upon both response and mitigation costs. So that's not surprising, that we would be in that situation. Fortunately, the board of directors made a decision to increase the tax rate and the levy for the district this year, so that we did have some level of reserves that both assisted with a deficit that we had experienced over the next 2 years, as well as provided for up to $400,000 in emergency reserves. Obviously, we've expended that already with the costs exceeding $600,000. So on to the next slide here. Now I'm going to turn it over to Christopher to talk about more of the long-term potential mitigation efforts. And one thing I want to note before we launch into this, again, as I stated, we met last Monday, a week ago yesterday, with the community out in Mount Eldon Estates to talk about the opportunity for the NRCS funding and how we were going to need their cooperation, both in terms of securing cooperator agreements to be able to do the work on their properties, as well as their cooperation in getting through what's going to be a very intense construction period. One thing to understand, as I shared with them, is that the challenge in this watershed, unlike Schultz, is that we have very limited areas to improve, restore the watershed above the neighborhoods, particularly above Mount Eldon Estates, but also above the city. There's very limited land. With that short a distance and very little, I'll say, flatter areas, what we call alluvial flans. We have a limitation on what we can influence in terms of the flooding. But to that end, Christopher will talk about an effort that's underway to pull together experts across the Western U.S., as well as, fortunately, locally we've developed a tremendous amount of expertise to look at what are those opportunities. But important that we, move forward and take those steps. There are going to be opportunities, and we will be looking at every opportunity for funding those mitigation efforts because the kind of flooding we're seeing now, we will continue to see for many years. And that watershed is not going to restore itself. It's going to take a significant amount of time given the severity of burn and the steepness of the slope. So it's a tough message to have to deliver, but it's going to take a lot of effort, and we will never be able to eliminate the flooding. The water will come. We have to figure out how to best manage it and create, hopefully, the fewest impacts that we can downstream. So with that, I'll turn it over to Christopher. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucinda, and Chair Ryan and members of the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I'm Christopher Tressler, and I serve as the district engineer and also the county engineer. And Sean, let's go to the next slide, please. I'm going to give an overview of the NRCS exigency or the emergency project, and then talk a little bit about next steps. So on the next slide, you can see one of the flooding events going through the forest. And we know that the museum fire has greatly compromised the watershed and increased the amount of water, the volume of water. I mean, and some estimates indicate that it's 10 times more water or more than previously would have left the watershed. And if you speak to the residents in that area, a lot of them say that they have never seen water flow like it has now. And that's not surprising. Our models predicted that this would happen, as Lucinda indicated. We know that homes and lives are clearly in danger. This increase in flooding is causing erosion, especially up in the forest, but also in Mount Eldon Estates. And this erosion leads to downstream impacts, as well as creating issues with the roadways, adversely impacting homes, utilities, other access issues right there within Mount Eldon Estates. So we hope to address some of these issues or at least mitigate some of the impacts and help the situation. So let's look at the next slide. This is the project location is contained within Mount Eldon Estates. And actually this circle got shifted down a little bit. I can tell in the PowerPoint, it should be just a little bit north of where it currently is. But Mount Eldon Estates is up above Buffalo Park, and it's about a half a mile from the burn scar. And you can see downstream of where that circle is Sunnyside neighborhoods, Paradise and Grandview. There's Killip School down there in the center of it. So let's look at the next slide. So the main goal of this project, if it was just a couple takeaways, this NRCS and Emergency Watershed Protection Project is to stabilize channels to decrease erosion. Like I mentioned before, the erosion is sourcing sediment and causing issues within Mount Eldon Estates. But then we know, we've observed in some of the pictures you've already seen, this sediment gets mobilized and it's transfers downstream into the city of Flagstaff stormwater infrastructure and overwhelms the infrastructure, causes channels to overflow and water to get out on the streets. And we know that homes are experiencing internal damage. Amy Palmer and her team have actually gone inside of houses and documented the damage, and there's that whole assessment being done, and we're trying to identify resources to help those people. But currently, if people don't have flood insurance, there's not a lot we can do for them. But this is something that we can do that definitely has a positive impact downstream. within, and then also within Mount Eldon Estates. So on the next slide, you'll be able to see that this is Mount Eldon Estates neighborhood. And these red polygons indicate the discrete locations of where we're doing channel stabilization work, trying to decrease the erosion and increase the stability of the channel so that we pass water and not sediment. Let's look at the next slide. So these measures are made out of natural materials. They're typically in the form of rock veins or rock vein weirs, some type of grade control that helps stabilize the channel. And while this project is being fast tracked, we have 10 days to spend the money to get this project in the ground. We haven't bypassed the cultural and biological assessments that are required. So we're trying to be as responsible as we can and respect those other resources. And if we look at the next slide. So here is a work in progress. I think most of these pictures were taken on Saturday or Sunday. And you can see the contractor, Tiffany Construction, was out there working as quickly and as diligently as they could. It was really advantageous that we had this window in weather and to get this work done as quick as we can. We also have the Natural Channel Design, the engineers from Natural Channel Design are on site and ensuring that the work is installed per plan. And then Coconino County staff are augmenting upkeeping with the required documentation and things for the Natural Resources Conservation Service. So on the next slide, Lucinda talked about this a little bit. And in the interest of developing long-term solutions, I'm gonna say that there is no silver bullet and that this watershed has been as devastated by the fire and that we'll be living with the impacts of the fire for a long time. However, there likely are things that we can do to the stormwater infrastructure system, mostly within the city of Flagstaff, that likely can decrease the footprint of the flooding that happens. And to that end, we're going to get together and with engineers, a lot of Northern Arizona engineers and people from Phoenix. We're going to pull in experts that have done this work in other local states in the Southwest. And we're going to try to jumpstart the concepts that might be implemented in the future once we get out of this monsoon season, the long-term potential concepts that will help decrease the footprint of erosion and decrease some of the need for some of this flood mitigation that we have. And then on the next slide, you can see this semi-truck trailer. Oh, that's good. Yeah, like after the first event, we would take sandbags and put them on the streets. And I use the term evaporating, that they would evaporate as soon as they hit the ground. And I just can't say enough about our partners, other engineering firms, City of Flagstaff. I mostly work with engineers in the City of Flagstaff that we've been trying to develop strategies, even short-term measures that are going to have long-term impacts, positive impacts for the situation. But we United Way and then the community has just come together in a huge way to help make and place sandbags. And it's been a really amazing thing to see the community come together and help each other out. And I think a true measure of a culture is how they take care of its people at most risk or most vulnerable. And so I'm proud to be a part of the county and helping with this response. And I'm excited for the solutions that we can continue to address. But just want to caution that it's a dire situation within that watershed, and probably in our lifetime we will not see it restore to a previous condition. So it's going to be a new normal, and we're going to work the problem and work with our partners at the City of Flagstaff and do the best we can. So with that, I think Lucinda will turn it over for questions and comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a few more comments. Thank you, Christopher, and just want to again thank everyone, the city team, the county team, all the district, the contractors, the consulting engineers, all the volunteers, United Way, the Conservation Corps crews, Team Rubicon, everyone that has stepped up and stepped forward when those calls were made. As soon as it started flooding and we knew we were going to need more support, people stepped up right away, and that really is a reflection of tremendous community we have here of support and what we learned and what we knew what we needed to do. And thank God we did what we did back in 19 and 20, and people questioned whether the sandbags should remain, should the barriers remain. Some people did remove their mitigation. And as Christopher said, those bags, and we got a lot of calls about, okay, now, no, we want our mitigation back now. So, everybody responded and just did a tremendous job. I wanted to give Andy Bertelson, the City Public Works Director, and I serve as the co-incident commanders for the museum response emergency. And I wanted to give Andy the opportunity to say a few words too. Andy.
Thank you, Lucinda. This is Andy Bertelson, Public Works Director for the City of Flagstaff. It's been some time since I've addressed the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I'm grateful and thankful to be able to do it today. Lucinda had mentioned it's the first Flood Control District's partnership in these response efforts. But frankly, it's not the first time Lucinda and I have worked together. And so just really value the expertise that Lucinda and Christopher and so many others bring in helping out the community as a whole. As Scott Overton would say, Mother Nature is undefeated. And I also thought about that a little bit in that she knows no geopolitical boundaries. And so with that, we're just really thankful for the partnership, and wanted to note Shannon Anderson, our Deputy City Manager, I believe is on the call as well. Jessica Drum, our Public Information Officer. Amy Palmer, our Building Official. Stacy Beckler-Nags, a woman that needs no introduction, I believe is on the call as well, and her connection with so many disaster recovery efforts. Scott Overton, our street supervisor and integral part of the operations. Ed Shank, our stormwater engineer. And I believe we have council members Shimoni and McCarthy on the call as well. And if I missed anyone from the city, please accept our apologies. But just wanted to say thank you for the partnership and the expertise that the Flood Control District helps bring to these response efforts is unmatched. I think Lucinda and Christopher have positioned themselves as probably two of the experts in the country at post-fire flood mitigation. And to have that in the local community and the resources that our contract engineers are able to bring with all of the local engineering firms that are involved in this process, it's really, while it is a disaster, it's really great to see people working together in that capacity, and some of the best minds in the country on this issue, and the Neighbors Helping Neighbors effort with United Way. We learned way back in Schultz that we, as much as we wanted to do everything to help community, we just weren't capable. And so that's when United Way steps in and coordinates the volunteer efforts that puts us in a position to have success with the temporary mitigation measures. That said, in any public works organization, Lucinda will tell you, we can prepare ourselves for response. And as Christopher had noted, okay, how are we going to get ourselves in a position to where our response starts to look a bit differently, and we can start to put some measures in place that help with that response effort. And then there comes a time when we can stand by from a distance and watch those measures that we put in place, some more permanent measures, work the way they should. I actually saw a bumper sticker the other day that said, "Let rivers flow." And I thought about that quite a bit because they certainly do flow, and water finds the lowest point. And how do we put measures in place to help protect our community from those natural flows and working within those natural channels. That's something that this group has learned a lot about too over the last 11 years. So thank you so much, Flood Control District Board of Directors, for your continued support in the effort and allowing your expertise to assist our citizens throughout this entire system that we have in place. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Chair. I think that ends the presentation. Happy to answer any questions or hear comments.
Well, first, I have to talk to our partners. I'm trying to remember this Andy guy, Andy Bertelson. Yeah, actually a good job guy. And Andy, for you and all your staff and all the city folks, a sheer pleasure. I think it's been really good. It shows everybody's commitment for what's been happening. But you did, not to be parochial, but you left my district, and Stacy's still in my district. So I'll keep that in mind, Andy. Whereas, as I can, our community development director over at the city, we really do appreciate it. But I do want to note, also on the other side of it, your council members, as you had noted, they've been really engaged. They've been out to the community. I know Adam's here, council member Shimoni, and as you noted, Jim McCarthy, I understand the mayor had been out there. Also, for the sake of our supervisors, Supervisor Horstman, a lot of the action for what we did with the exigency funding with NRCS. We don't have an action today. I read it as an action. We did that on Friday, as Lucinda had noted. Money will be applied upstream, which can affect the community. But I know Supervisor Vasquez has been out there regularly working with community together with council members as well. So I do want to note that and provide them an opportunity to make comments. But we really appreciate the partnership. It really makes things work. And hopefully, maybe there's a chance for you guys to tap into NRCS also. If there is, we'll want to try and support you in that kind of way. So let's see. Let me go to my supervisors, but I do want to give council members a chance to speak. I'll start with, in this case, since we're in the C, I'm going to start with Supervisor Vasquez. I know portions of the city were hidden, I think so, in District 1 as well, but more so in District 2. Supervisor Vasquez, Hieronymo.
Yes, I just want to again say thank you to everybody with the county crew and the city crew and United Way for all their great efforts in response to this recent emergency. And we know this is a long-term process that we're going to have to deal with, but I'm really encouraged based on the partnerships that I've seen and the efforts that I've seen from all the different folks from the county and the city and United Way putting forth to help support our families and our communities. It's been a great effort. It's been challenging, and I commend all the folks that have been working on the flooding since it began every single day. I'm glad we've had a little bit of a respite in the weather and given folks a chance to breathe some, catch up a little bit, but it's not over, and we expect this to continue. So these kind of partnerships are crucial and very important, and appreciate the leadership from both county and from city folks for getting out there and helping address the issues for the community. So again, I just want to say thank you for all your efforts out there, making lives better for our families and making sure that less families are impacted that would have been if we hadn't put in these measures. And so, and these efforts haven't gone just with the flooding itself. We had several meetings in the community months before to prepare, and several of our partners were out there with us, talking to communities, having meetings, going door to door. And so this has been a true community effort, and really appreciate all the efforts of all the staff and leadership that have helped deal with this emergency the best we can. So again, thank you. I commend all of you.
All right, and Supervisor Horshman.
Yes, it certainly has been. It takes a village, and I tell you, the village here in Coconino County and the city of Flagstaff all, in fact, came together, and we're still in it, but really have helped to mitigate and have been there and responded to this very dangerous and destructive flood monsoon season. So again, a hearty thank you to all. I think it's a couple of things that are really important. You know, the staff at the city and the county, they came out on their weekends. They came out after their work time. They were all part of the volunteer effort. And a big thank you to United Way of Northern Arizona, specifically Carol Dykes and also Sybil Smith, who were absolutely instrumental in getting those volunteers out, getting the projects and getting them into the neighborhoods in order to help our community. It was truly neighbors helping neighbors. I know they're on here, and so I want to give them both a shout out and remind people that United Way is there when there are these emergencies. It is still neighbors helping neighbors, and if you are looking to assist, the volunteer activity continues. The monsoons are continuing. And they also have a recovery fund set up, which you can go to the United Way website. So we don't want to forget them, and a little important to underscore what they're still doing here in our community, and still need volunteers and assist with their ongoing efforts through their funds. So that would be number one. And number two, I think we need to make a shout out to both Representative O'Halloran and Senator Mark Kelly, who reached out to us and actually, you know, called us, said, what can we do when this was going on? And then also our former board member, Liz Archuleta, who, when we called and said, look, we need some exigency funding, some emergency funding, she quickly got a team from the USDA together in order for us to make our pitch. And of course, Christopher Tressler and Lucinda Andriani rose to that occasion and made that tremendous ask. And within 8 days, I mean, you don't get the federal government to ever act, let alone to act in 8 days. And within 8 days, they had exigency funding to Coconino County. And I think within 24 minutes, Coconino County had solicited their contractors, Tiffany Construction and Natural Resources, to start doing some of this emergency work. And a big shout out also to those in the neighborhoods that have been most impacted by the flooding. People have been patient. They have been cooperative. They have worked together. They have helped each other. Not only have we done the meet and greets in the streets, but as Supervisor Vasquez has referred to, we have also done individual meetings with homeowners, worked out in the Mount Eldon Estates area. And our community, when these things occur, our community certainly does rise to the occasion. So thank you to the members of the public who volunteered, the members of the public who were affected and still volunteered and still helped each other, and to our representative and senator who helped to bring some money in. And we'll be talking to them again, Chair Ryan, because we are going to have to look at some long-term mitigation efforts. So thank you, and thank you for allowing comments, Chair Ryan.
All right. No, well done. And we always forget somebody, you know, our local contractor, Stephanie J. Fuller, that did the hydrology study. That's right on. Our own engineers, both in the city and the county, they're good work. And there's so many more. And you know, really appreciate it. I'm going to turn to, I'm not seeing Council Member McCarthy out there, but I do see Adam Shimoni, Council Member. Turn to Adam, and welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the update. You know, I'm just going to be a little repetitive and express gratitude to the county leadership, to you all, the Board of Supervisors, and the Flood Control District, along with the city leadership and the city council, United Way, and the public. This has been a journey, and this has not been easy. And just the amount of people working together to protect each other and each other's, communities, and just weather the storm the best we can has been inspiring and humbling and a beautiful thing to be a part of. So I just am grateful to serve by all of your sides and do my best as a council member to support the efforts that all of you are working so hard on. So just keep up the good work. I think as we heard, this is going to be an ongoing thing. So we're in this for the long run, and I'm glad that we're united in our efforts. Thank you, Chair, and looking forward to the work ahead. Thank you all.
Well, and you certainly care. You and the council really appreciate it, Adam. I'm not seeing other council members. I do see Supervisor Begay, though. I think, Judy, did you want to comment?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I just want to thank everyone that has really worked on this flood issues that we've had. And I think, a lot of work was put into it, a lot of time by staff and other community members, and even the people themselves that were living in the area where the floods were going through. And I just wanted to say, we know we get the rain almost every year, and we do have floods. And how do we curtail? How do we address, and be prepared and not be proactively involved? And I think, maybe it's time that, there's people that we can get together, look at that area and maybe divert, or I don't know what needs to happen. But anyway, there's got to be that kind of planning ahead so that, we're not, putting a lot of funding into there for damages that are being done. And so maybe a canal onto the reservation where you have the drought over there. So anyway, just something, that where we can put it better to use and that it's not harming anybody. And, because if you disturb somebody's livelihood, it's hard and to get back to where you want to be and what you want it to still have. So that's a comment I like, and I think all the comments that were made. Certainly, those are real issues that we had to deal with, and these comments are addressed in that way. So, and that's the only thing I would like to say is maybe it's about time we do something, as a community of Flagstaff and the people that are affected. Somehow we got to get together and think about this thing. It's just like that road from Talani Lake to Bird Springs or a coal mine Mesa. We know that there's an issue and we have, and it's got to be addressed, but we just wait till somebody gets into an accident or gets a fatality going as is evident. And then we say, okay, let's do this. And then it's like a Band-Aid. And so I think we need to think about further out and start planning, and maybe a committee, something. We have all the machines that are sitting here and there, and people that are willing to help, with an effort like that. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begay. And noted, as you had noted earlier in the meeting, there's a lot of impact that we've seen both on Hopi and on the Navajo Nation right now. Who was it? I think Andy was starting out with Scott Overton's comment about nature. My gosh, the impact that we're experiencing this year has been a challenge. Supervisor Horstman had reached out to me and asked to see if Carol Dykes, as CEO of United Way, wanted to make a comment. I don't know if Carol's promoted Lindsay as a panelist. I think, yes, she is.
We're trying to promote her. She may need to accept the promotion.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm on the other. Oh, there she isn't. She wasn't. And Lucinda, I saw you pop up while we're trying to bring Carol up. Go ahead, Lucinda.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Supervisor Begay's comments. Unfortunately, in 2019, we did go to the NRCS and requested exigency funding there as well. And because we had not experienced any significant flooding, they were not responsive at that time. I think this administration has taken a different tactic now. But at that time, we didn't get any response except no. And when we finally got a response, it was no many weeks later. You know, what we're really trying to do is work in DC so that the agencies understand that the investments that we make pre-flooding really matter. And to the credit of the flood control district at that time, we stepped in and we did make those investments. Again, we would have had hundreds of homes flooded. We would have had a really catastrophic event. And so it's frustrating. I wish that we could, I wish that the federal government and frankly the state as well would be more proactive with us. We have submitted our reimbursement from 2019, as has, I believe, the city for the response efforts then. And to date, we haven't had much response and from DEMA and so, or FEMA. So, but I think we now know we did the right thing. It was the right investment to make. Again, it would have been catastrophic consequences if we hadn't. So now hopefully we've got people's attention at that level. And we certainly do, as Supervisor Horstman mentioned, both Senator Kelly and Representative Halloran stepped in right away. The Saturday after the event, Representative Halloran was here, visited the area, took a tour. So they are on board and supporting us. And so we will move ahead now and press for the long-term investments that we need. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lucinda. Definitely a long-term vision. Trying to get federal engagement is very important. I just noted, while we did have Councilmember McCarthy, Shannon, thank you for the note that he did need to step away. So turn to Carol. Carol, are you out there?
Hi, Chairman Ryan, I'm here.
There you go. And just an opportunity to comment as Vice Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all of the thank yous that we're receiving. We are so proud to be part of the solution and helping our community. And just to let you know that we're here for you at any time. So I really appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, Carol. And so, short, we're running out of time also, but really appreciate it. But bringing those volunteers together really makes a difference for anybody out in the community. United Way sure could use some contributions. These are the areas that are really is effective on our community, and they are a great partner with us on that. So just a note, fortunately we were able to modify the flood control. We built in a contingency, which we have used. We will be limited in the future. Hopefully we won't be. I feel as though emergencies are us as our title right now. But we have a lot of good people working hard from the community, in the community, from the organizations. We certainly appreciate it. Any further comments or items associated with this item here? Steve?
No, sir, that wraps up the morning session.
Okay, so with that, for the sake of the board, we're due back at 1:15, starting with item 43. And again, thank you to all our partners and everybody that's been in attendance. We're going to take a break and we'll come back at 1:15. All right. Ta-da. Sorry about that. Cool. Are you there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. So I have problems with my computer here. It was me. It was operator, not anything else. All right. So I see Geronimo out there, and we have Judy, and Vice Chair Fowler won't be making the meeting. Okay, with that, we're going into item, I believe it's number 43 that we started out with, and we turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So I'm going to cover my update, and then you also have roundtable immediately following. And then 1:45, we have a time certain start for the next topic, which is the sustainability presentation. So let me go ahead and proceed. I'd like, Lindsay, if you can pull up the planning calendar, we can just walk through it real quick for the month of August so that board members know what's ahead. It's on its way. Okay, so scroll down a little bit to the 10th. So of course, the 10th, we have a discussion on American Rescue Plan, and just a little bit of background on that. So the process that we've been utilizing is to conduct an internal or within the organization review of the applicable uses for American Rescue Plan. And you'll recall that a lot of our budget discussion with regard to increments or service improvement requests were contingent on rescue plan funds coming for specific uses. And so during the month of August, we'll be completing that so that we can finalize the budget with regard to the budgeting to some of the certain departments that are going to be receiving some of those dollars, again, within the guidelines of the American Rescue Plan. So that's an important discussion. So that'll take place actually a couple times during the month of August. And then also on the 10th, Craig Sullivan from CSA is going to be providing the CSA on the road, an update of the legislative session from last year. He is going to be here in person, and so he and I and Lindsay and everyone are trying to figure out how to create that opportunity. Well, I know some of you will be remote to see if we can do something with an in-person, maybe a hybrid version of that. So again, that's on the 10th at 4 o'clock. Following, of course, roundtable and break, we do have on the agenda the adoption of the tax rates, and that's an important duty of the county with regard to the setting of the tax rates for all taxing jurisdictions within Coconino County. And you'll know, of course, the fact that we are the tax collector for all property tax entities within Coconino County, and what they're doing as a result of their budget setting process, they're reporting their tax rates to us through the county treasurer, of course, the constitutional duty of the treasurer, and of course, with regard to how we program that as an adoption by that process. So again, tax rates is an important part of the process with regard to county funding. And then from there, 2 hours, we have a good block of time dedicated to looking at a variety of planning and zoning issues. And so looking at the board's role in the development approval process associated with policies, including comprehensive plan, renewable energy ordinance, subdivision ordinance, zoning, and regional plan update. It is very unlikely we're going to cover all that in 2 hours. So we are going to organize it into bite-sized pieces. But again, this will be a continuing discussion to, of course, make sure that at the board level, you are, of course, in sync with the process itself, but also suggestions back to staff, of course, where we might want to be making some modifications in the future. And of course, that would have a whole ordinance process we would need to go through. So again, good feedback on that. So that's taking place on the 10th. And then let's go on to the next. So we, on the 23rd, and that was reported this morning, we have a joint meeting with the City Council on the 23rd from 3 to 6. The main topic on that agenda will be the update on the museum flood effort. We may pick up a couple of items, but we don't want to pack it too much. And so we'll be working with city staff, of course, getting input from board on those topics. But again, I want to save the bulk of that time for the museum flood update. Then on to the 24th, we have a liquor license approval, Kaibab Lodge in Fredonia. And then followed by that, we're bringing back to the board a discussion on road maintenance districts and looking at some policy options for that vehicle by which homeowners and communities and neighborhoods can be looking at road development in a different way. Again, we'll also provide a museum update, COVID, another update, and we'll in all likelihood, we'll be doing a more frequent update on COVID as we see numbers changing there. And then continuing the discussion on the American Rescue Plan, again, holding that down so that we have an actionable item by the end of August related to that portion of the American Rescue Plan dollars. And then from there, doing an external review of community, of organizations in the community that would also be aligning to some of those American Rescue Plan categories. The executive session, we will be presenting in draft form the 2020 audit for Coconino County. And so in draft form, we are able to review that in the executive session. Once it is finalized at the Auditor General's office, it becomes a public record. But in draft form, we're able to go over some of the findings to look at those from in light of some county policies. So again, we'll be doing that in exec session, then going from there public after that. And then roundtable. And so that is the month of August. I'm not sure if we look a little bit more ahead. into September. We are doing a couple of things I want to bring to your attention. Of course, our treasurer, county treasurer, Sarah Benatar, is going to be providing to the board the annual report from the treasurer's office. And then the next item, I'm asking staff, and I'll be working with staff in the economic development, Chris Pasteurs, and then also Matt Fowler in IT. I want to bring to the board an update on our discussions, actions, and efforts related to economic development and broadband. I think there's a lot of opportunities in each of the districts, but it's an opportunity for all us to sync it all up with regard to what's currently happening, but also when we look at some future opportunities, in terms of priorities and planning, we want to make sure that there is awareness on the part of the board and of course the organization as well related to those two topics of big importance here at the county. And then from their COVID roundtable, and on that particular meeting, back on the 14th, we have a couple items, and you can see on the 14th in front of you there, and we will note that Supervisor Horstman is out of town on the 14th. And so we're definitely noting that with regard to any items that may need specific information from the supervisor's district. And I think we're good at that point. You can see visually, actually, Chair Ryan is out of town September 16th through the 26th. And so we're going to be navigating that month gingerly as we have items to, the business to take care of, and making sure that we do have quorum from our remaining members. Of course, we'll just have one of you missing at any point in time. Let's see, after that, the legislative summit is taking place in Prescott, and I'll be talking about later on this afternoon the process for identifying legislative proposals for the County Supervisors Association. And I think that's as far as we can go, because I'm sure things will change. But again, those are just items in front of you at this point in time. I do want to note that with regard to planning, we are looking at, with the Community College District Governing Board, having a joint meeting of the District Governing Board of Supervisors. And so I'm in contact with the President's office to look at potential dates for that to take place. So I think those are the updates with regard to the planning calendar. If there are any questions or observations, Mr. Chair, I can respond.
Okay, so, when I'm gone, you guys make sure you get everything, and when Teresa's gone, we'll do it back and forth, right? So no, I'm just having fun. But just a note, we're also scheduled out to November 2nd. So we're encouraging staff if there are items that could be done by white paper to do that. We are trying to be conscious of that fine balance. How often do we meet for what items and how do we do that? We could surely fill the agendas with all our interests, but we're trying to balance that. Questions or comments from board members?
If I can just.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So the meeting for city county is now August 23rd. Is that right? Because I had it on a different date.
It got moved up a week earlier, Supervisor Horstman, so it is on the 23rd now.
Okay. I'm going to be traveling, but I will try to make it back now that I know this by 3 o'clock.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for doing this, Steve. I really appreciate the review.
And anybody else? August 23rd. I have 2 copies. I think it's on the other copy. Okay, fantastic. All right, thanks, Steve.
Just a couple other items, Mr. Chair, and then I'll turn it over for a roundtable.
Okay.
The Public Affairs Director position, we are in the process of narrowing down the list of individuals to invite to our campus for an interview. And right now we're working with your schedules, but it looks like we'll be looking at Wednesday, August 18th as a time, and we'll be working with your district directors on the specific time. But again, providing, of course, your participation in that staff recruitment and interview as the position works very, very closely with the Board of Supervisors. And so that's taking place. Last week was Independent Redistricting Commission Week. We did a lot of different opportunities to not only for the board to present, but also to be at sessions virtually or in person, to listen to the comments and some of the thoughts from Northern Arizona related to legislative and congressional redistricting. And so I thought it was very fascinating. I do want to thank, she's not here today, Colleen Nags, for arranging the logistics between the county and High Country Conference Center for the hearing that took place in Flagstaff. It was also satellited up to Tuba City and Page. And so again, that will continue to evolve. Based on information I think that we've all received, we'll be working with our consultants to begin putting together some specific ideas related to maps. And again, the chair of IRC was very cordial and gracious, but in the end, they need to know exactly what we're thinking, and inviting that of the population of Arizona is not an easy task. And so we'll be working to formulate a county position related to specific mapping. From there, I mentioned American Rescue Plan and the process that we're using there. Just to let you know, I presented last week to the Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce an update on what's happening at the county, focused on, of course, the rescue plan work we're doing, the flood mitigation, redistricting. And so it was a good opportunity to meet with the Chamber of Commerce board. And then a couple other things, we are going to be working with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. We have made adjustments to the job description for that position. And we'll be working with the presiding judge and the executive committee of CJCC to begin a recruitment for that position. As you know, it's been vacant, I think, for a couple of years now. And just based on the activity that we're having, and we should be having a lot of activity with regard to our criminal justice system, it's important to have a staff person that can help shepherd the staff work in that area. So that's occurring. And then also, just finally, I know in a quick minute, I just want to appreciate every county employee that's in their efforts with regard to the museum flood. It's one of those, of course, efforts that, of course, has been important with regard to a lot of the response. And so I want to appreciate the staff. And then also to acknowledge, of course, the flooding that took place this past weekend up at Navajo and Hopi, and working with the Navajo Nation, Department of Emergency Management, NDOT, BIA, the chapters, the community development arm of the nation. I know that Supervisor Begay, and she'll probably report this in her roundtable, made a lot of visits and work up in that area for her constituents. And so with that, Mr. Chair, those are my highlights, and turn it back to you for roundtable.
All right, thank you, Steve. And so the opportunity for roundtable, why don't we hop right into it? Go to District 1, Patrice.
Yes, our month of July, which we were told was our month off. I don't think any of us experienced that. So, but it was certainly a momentous month. And again, I want to echo the comments of the county manager on the incredible work that was done by the county staff to really rise to the occasion, as always, to deal with the flooding events that occurred here in Coconino County. In fact, that's kind of starting off. We talked a little bit about that, so I'll just keep that short. We've been doing meet and greet in the streets, myself and Supervisor Vasquez, as well as meeting in the neighborhoods in my district with Mount Eldon Estates, working closely with United Way of Northern Arizona for volunteer coordination, which was really unbelievable, the efforts that was done. So I'll kind of quickly move through that, but that certainly took up the bulk, I think, of July. We also have started Movies on the Square, and Coconino County is a sponsor of the Movies on the Square. I know that county manager and many of the county employees have been there and have shown up to greet members of our community. There is a county table which has a Plinko game and lots of prizes. So I think it was one of the most popular tables there in the Movies for the Square. And it gave an opportunity also for HHS to have a pop-up clinic that was there, which is just wonderful. I mean, this is all about vaccines at this point, and it was wonderful that they could be there and also make themselves available to members of our community. So thanks to all that have participated. I think it's a wonderful community outreach and a wonderful way, obviously, to do the pop-up vaccines for members of our community. NACO annual conference. I want to thank Supervisor Vasquez, Supervisor Begay, and Supervisor Fowler for going back on our behalf and to Maryland and to be a participant, active participants in the NACO annual conference. I was very glad to be able to participate virtually. And also it was my honor to present Coconino County's resolutions on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for the NACO conference on public lands and on WIR. So as the board is probably aware, there is a WIR conference coming up in Salt Lake City. And I know many of us will be planning to attend that as well. And once again, advocate on behalf of the large public land sections we have here in Coconino County. The other thing we've been continuing to be very active on is the Big Shot Vaccine Incentive Program. And I know Alex Fisher has been very active. Thank you, Alex, in that. And Kim Musselman and others there at the county. We've been reaching out to members, businesses in our community. And for those, any business that may be hearing this right now, please be a big shot. Please join us to encourage our community to get out, to get their vaccines, to protect ourselves, our family, our friends, our neighbors, and our community. It is very, very important that we reach out to get this vaccine and shots in people's arms. I want to thank specifically Late for the Train, Mountain Sports, Flag Tag, Fat Olives, a number of hotels, believe it or not, that have joined us, which is just wonderful. And we are hopeful we'll get more businesses that are part of this incentive program. We talked about NRCS funding. We've been was very involved in trying to get some money together, which we were very successful in doing. And we've given the thank yous to so many people for their efforts. And now we are able to enjoy some of that mitigation efforts there in the Mount Eldon Estates area, which will also affect all of those communities downstream as well. And then last but not least is the IRC. Not only were we part of the listening tour there at NAU, and I want to thank again the county staff and County Manager Peru for having the county host that event. I think that was very important and an important part of the outreach we do here in our community. And I really appreciate all of the supervisors who were, every single one of us was involved and active and presented information to the IRC members on our communities of interest here in Coconino County. And then Supervisor Begay and myself got to spend Saturday traveling to beautiful downtown Show Low. Hadn't been up there for a while, so it was kind of a nice drive and an opportunity to address the residents in Navajo County, and again, to talk about our communities of interest and our rural nature of many of our communities here in Northern Arizona. So with that, it was an active July, Chair Ryan.
I like that. That's a good one, an active July. A special month, a very special month. All right, fantastic. Okay, District 2. And we're not going to be able to get through all this. We can continue later on for a roundtable. But District 2, Geronimo.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Thank you. It's good to be back. I had the opportunity to take my daughter to Mexico to go visit her family and go see Chiapas, Mexico. So it was quite an adventure. I was also in tune with everything that was going on. Before I left, it's kind of wild. We first went to NACO conference, which was an awesome experience. Had the opportunity to network with counterparts from around the country. Got to participate in the discussions and witness the voting for the second vice president, which was definitely an interesting process. And then toured the new Navajo Nation legislative building with Supervisor Fowler. And so that was a neat experience. Got to explore that part of Washington, D.C. and that was pretty neat. And then came back, got off the plane, turned off airplane mode, and my phone got flooded because that was the day of the floods. And so I spent the next week pretty much every day in the community, trying to meet with people, trying to get information out, trying to get people to sign up for the call center and the efforts. And then we did some volunteer days, taking sandbags and working with the community. And so during that first week of flooding, I had the opportunity to visit with Supervisor Horseman, some of the city officials and representatives from O'Halloran, Congressman O'Halloran's office and Mark Kelly's office, Senator Mark Kelly's office, to see the damage from the flooding and also work to really advocate for our community. Then I had several walkarounds in the neighborhood, helped host with the city and the county staff a meeting in one of the community trailer parks to get information about the flooding and to some of our Spanish-speaking population. And then while I was gone, Arena, my district director, went with Councilmember Daggett and Coral Evans, and then later Councilmember Sweet and Councilmember Daggett in the neighborhood to talk to folks and get information out and give out our office number for folks that needed extra support. And then we were able to really work on some of the mitigation efforts on Dorotha and the Arroyo Seco, and just want to say thank you to the staff, everybody who was involved with those efforts. Lucinda Andriani and Christopher Tressler, thank you for your attentiveness to community concerns and working on getting those signs, both in English and Spanish, and for the double barrier on Dorotha. It was greatly appreciated by the residents. Later, I was still in Mexico when the hearing happened last week, and through the beauties of technology, I was able to call in and provide some of my comments to the redistricting efforts, especially focusing on making sure that the rural voice is heard and that the diverse communities in our county were heard. And then in addition, we had three constituents that testified, and I wanted to give a shout out to Rob Wilson, JB DeWitt, and Richard Duran for getting up and testifying on behalf of their communities and our communities, and really focusing on the need to keep Flagstaff together in terms of one district and also the rural character, how we need to not be grouped together in the urban setting, but really kept with our rural counterparts in the state. And then, let's see, thank you for the NRCS funding. That project funding will really help District 2 communities, all District 1 and District 2, but as District 2 being at the tail end of the Museum Fire floodplain, it has definitely been something that's been helped our community because the efforts upstream have resulted in less damage downstream due to those efforts that have already been done, and now with the new funding secured. So thank you to everybody that was involved in there, our community partners, former Supervisor Archuleta, all the folks that really helped make sure that we secured those fundings. We've been working with Hojoni on a mural for the Sawmill Park name change event, and we should have a markup soon for approval. So we're excited about that. And then I attended the executive board meeting, CPWAC, and Arena attended the regular session meeting. I'm myself via virtual. And the main topic of discussion was adding in a statement to each meeting, recognizing the indigenous land and the use of water to the land. This is still being drafted, but is long overdue. And I appreciated Councilman Oslin bringing it to light. And then finally, I helped with the help of county staff, Steve Peru, Kim Musselman, of coordinating with the Mexican consulate, a mobile console in Page on July 24th, and helped coordinate the connection between the consulate and Supervisor Fowler for that event. So thank you for everybody that was involved for providing that important service to the Spanish-speaking community up in Page. So that was my month of July. So thank you. I appreciate it, everyone.
All right. Yeah. Like Patrice said in the very beginning, yeah, a month that we were away. Not really, but quite a bit happening. So we still need to go through District 4, District 3, and Chair's report. we have a time certain for item number 45, which is at this point. So we should continue item 44 a little bit more. And so next is the recognition of the 2020-2021 Coconino County Sustainable Building Program through community development. And we'll start off with our county manager first.
Yes, if you could, yeah, we're pulling folks over to panelists. And so Amanda, if you can make sure that the folks that you had invited are coming across, Lindsay can make that magic happen. And then.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good. So we've got you can see in front of you, Amanda. We've got Nina. Is there anyone else that's coming across from the attendee list?
Not that I'm seeing.
Okay.
But Nina will be presenting today.
Okay.
And others are as attendees. And I think if they do have comments, thank you, Alex and Lindsay, they'd be able to put them on via phone.
Very good. So with that, Mr. Chair, Lucinda or Jay, do you want to tee it up, or shall I go right to Amanda? I don't see. Let's just go right to Amanda, Mr. Chair. We can go ahead.
Yes, go right to Amanda. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, County Manager Peru and Deputy County Manager Andriani. Good afternoon, Chair Ryan and members of the board, and again, county managers. Our Sustainable Building Program is very excited to be with you all today, hosting our 17th year recognizing community sustainable building projects. Today, so staff will be back in September to talk about our broader county sustainability program and regional sustainable efforts. But today, Nina Schmidt, our sustainability specialist, will be highlighting 33 homes and buildings that were certified through our county program in the year 2020 and 2021 so far. The project owners and building professionals have been invited virtually to attend today. We wanted to thank everyone's participation in today's presentation, as well as with the program. Each project is a tool and an opportunity to inspire others in our community. And so without each one of our community members, we wouldn't be able to reach our mission. With that, we'd like to point out too, due to the tight constraints of time and 33 projects, we left time at the end of Nina's presentation for any questions or discussions, but we were planning on just going through her presentation and leaving time at the end. With that, I'm delighted to introduce my colleague, Nina Schmidt, and would like to take a second to thank her for her amazing work in the Sustainable Building Program and for putting today's recognition together. With that, turn it over to you, Ms. Nina.
Thank you, Amanda, for that introduction. Good afternoon, Chair Ryan and members of the board. I am excited to be here today to present to you the 38 exceptional projects the Sustainable Building Program has certified over the past 2 years. Today, we are celebrating the hard work and commitment that the owners, designers, and contractors of these projects demonstrated in creating these models of sustainability for our community. Before we begin, I'd like to first thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your support of the Sustainable Building Program and of sustainable building in our community. The work we do wouldn't be possible without this support, and we look forward to future collaboration. We won't be able to present award plaques at this virtual event today, but we are in the process of delivering them to all the recipients. I would like to give a shout out now to our community partners who make these special handcrafted plaques possible. Silas Page of AP Sawmill donates the local wood, Karen Myers makes the ceramic tiles, and then the students and instructors in the construction technology program at CCC put it all together to make these unique awards. These are the 38 projects we will be showcasing today. Due to the number of projects, I will only be able to share a small bit about each one. Further information is shown on the slide, including the owner, designer, and contractor. To better highlight project strengths, we have grouped them into sustainability categories. Please know that all the projects demonstrate many more sustainability attributes than the category or slide show. Also, in the interest of time, please hold any questions you may have until the end of the presentation. Our first category is community enhancement. These projects not only elevate sustainability of the building itself, but they enhance community through means such as preserving community character or attending to the social needs of community members. The first project is the Arizona Department of Transportation's new Motor Vehicle Division facility. The project was an adaptive reuse of the 45,000 square foot Harkins movie theater. The character of the building was retained while the water and energy efficiency were improved through steps such as increasing insulation and installing high efficiency mechanical systems. We are pleased to highlight Coconino County's own new medical examiner's office. This building enhances the wellness of both employees and visitors to the building through dedicated indoor and outdoor space where employees can recharge and trauma-informed design of spaces for visitors. Enhanced filtration, as shown in the bottom photo, was included to make the building a better neighbor. The Molly Blank Jewish Community Center provides community space that is both sustainable and beautiful. It is a great example of low-impact development. Impacts were reduced through the siting of the building, construction fencing, and placing stormwater retention capacity in chambers under the parking lot rather than above ground. The use of local stone and other natural materials make it blend well into the context of the site. The new City of Flagstaff Municipal Courthouse showcases city efforts towards the sustainability of their municipal buildings. It was certified through Green Globes, a national rating system for evaluating the environmental sustainability, health, and wellness of a building. 3 out of 4 Green Globes were received for design aspects and construction practices related to thermal and acoustic comfort, trauma reduction, energy efficiency, and reduced climate impact, among other features. Birch Avenue Cottages is a historic renovation project completed by the Townsite Community Land Trust. TCLT provides much needed affordable housing in Flagstaff through the land trust model, where the land is held in trust and only the building is bought and sold. They also work to preserve community character through the preservation of historic buildings. This 1920s home received a complete energy retrofit, including cellulose insulation blown into the empty cavities of the existing walls, as shown in the bottom photo. Bill Riceland wants to build a new house out of local ponderosa pine. He built his own electric sawmill and has been experimenting with grading the lumber he produces. As a test project, he built the 600 square foot shed shown in the bottom photo, which was permitted through the county's Innovative Materials and Systems pilot program, which allows owner builders of small, innovative buildings an exemption from some aspects of building code. Building code currently requires that all structural lumber be grade stamped by a professional, adding to project cost, and Bill's project demonstrates an alternative approach. Sustainable agriculture is an important component of sustainability because the access to local food contributes to community resilience. Denise and Aldo Klingenberg, owners of the Last Dance Ranch, managed to build their home while maintaining farm and cottage industry operations. They raise chickens, goats, pigs, and cows for eggs, milk, and meat. Denise makes goat milk soap to sell at farmers markets. The home would be deserving of an award in itself. It is constructed of Fox Block, an insulated concrete form product, and has many other features. The home at the Flagstaff Family Farm was designed by one of the owners, Patty Allenbaugh. Owner Tyler Allenbaugh runs the farm operations, providing food to the community through a community-supported agriculture program, as well as for this couple. He utilizes traditional methods as well as aquaponics. The home is small, only 1,200 square feet, and boasts solar PV and rainwater harvesting systems, as well as reuse of gray water from the outdoor tub. Passive solar design is a smart way to harness the sun. By simple measures such as proper orientation, windows on the south, and thermal mass for heat storage on the interior, you can heat your home with sunlight. These two projects exemplify passive solar design. The Trees is a small, off-grid home in the Williams area. In addition to passive solar design, the home has a solar PV system with lithium-ion batteries for storage for all its electrical needs. The home also has a rainwater harvesting system for potable use. The Ludwig residence is a passive solar small home of only 1,000 square feet. The home was built of structurally insulated panels, a sandwich of insulation between two sheets of OSB made from sustainably harvested wood. These panels don't allow thermal bridging, which is heat loss through the conductance of building materials. A lot has been learned about how buildings work over the years, and the following two projects showcase the application of building science principles. The Fox Hill Zoom Room is a home addition and energy upgrade. The project included the insulation and sealing of the crawl space under the existing home, installation of high-efficiency heat pumps for heating and cooling, as well as solar PV. This airtight building has a vapor diffusion port at the roof ridge to vent any moisture that accumulates in the spray foam insulation in the attic. Wakoke West was designed to mimic the three-story Wakoke ruin at Wapaki, and like it, utilizes the sun as a source of heat. In addition to passive solar design, the home is well insulated with spray foam throughout, as well as rigid insulation on the exterior, making it very airtight. The home utilizes CalWall translucent panels on the north side that bring in daylight while reducing heat loss. While wood may not be considered an alternative building material, this home incorporates local wood milled by AP Sawmill in addition to the Fox Block insulated concrete form walls. As mentioned in a previous slide, code requires that all structural lumber is grade stamped by a certified professional, so it is uncommon to see its use. Silas Page, the owner of AP Sawmill, worked with Core Engineering to optimally utilize pine, fir, and spruce for specific applications throughout the home. The owner of the lighthouse, Tim Clark, had fun with naming his project. The house is light because the walls are made of airlight panels, an expanded polystyrene and steel panel produced in Kingman. These panels are manufactured per plan, so there is very little construction waste, and the foam provides high insulative value. The panels arrived in one truckload from Kingman, reducing transportation costs and energy. As forest fire intensity has grown over the years, it has become more important to protect homes through fire-wise practices. Building with fire-resistant materials, as well as thinning and laddering trees on the site, not only protect the home, but the community as well. The Money Pit is a small home with a large area for home business underneath. Built with block-light concrete masonry units, a local product, with spray foam on the interior. The property was evaluated by a professional forester who recommended the removal of 60 trees for optimal density. Remaining trees in the area of the home were laddered with the lower branches removed. The Enyart residence was designed by the owners, architect team Larry and Lance Enyart of LEA Architects. This home incorporates sustainable, regional, and fire-wise materials, including Core 10 steel, which is 70% recycled, and ground face concrete block from the local Blocklight plant. Cellulose insulation, a recycled paper product, as well as Thermarie, a sustainably harvested, thermally treated wood product, were also used. Reducing the size of a home proportionally reduces the environmental impact of both constructing and operating the building. It is one of the recommended strategies for reducing climate change impacts of home construction. The Safranek family built this 750 square foot, 2-bedroom efficient guest house on the footprint of an old barn that they deconstructed. Wood, metal, and concrete from the barn were all reused. The home is heated and cooled with a high efficiency heat pump mini split and has rainwater harvesting for irrigation, Energy Star appliances, and low flow fixtures. The Stedman rental is a 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot high efficiency replacement to the rental mobile home that was previously on the site. The home is almost completely electric, with its heat coming from high efficiency mini splits and hot water from an on-demand electric unit. With a solar PV system, it is close to a net zero home. We love innovation in the Sustainable Building Program. We learn from the application of new technologies and smarter techniques we see in projects, and then we spread the word about them. The 672 project is a spec home built by Tom Elsis of Ezra Builders. Tom used energy modeling to strategically implement efficiency measures to achieve the highest efficiency at a cost that could be recouped in the marketplace. The home has an insulated slab, blown-in cellulose insulation in the walls and ceiling, and Swedish platform framing was used to reduce thermal bridging on the second floor, an approach we hadn't seen before. The Blackhawk House is an all-electric home, making it possible to meet all energy needs with the solar PV system. This near net zero home is the first one we have seen with a reverse cycle chiller, a heat pump that heats or cools water for the hydronic system in the floor. This home also features technology for reducing electric and magnetic fields and zero VOC paints with non-toxic tints. As you've heard, the county has been facing extreme drought conditions. The need for water conservation is great, and these homes demonstrate the highest level of conservation by providing all of their water through rainwater harvesting. The Fox residence is within city limits, but doesn't have a water system connection. Rather than haul all their water, The Foxes decided to implement a rainwater harvesting system for potable use. The system includes 10,000 gallons of storage, a series of sediment filters followed by UV disinfection. Low flow fixtures, including a Niagara Stealth toilet with a 0.8 gallon flush volume, and Energy Star appliances reduce the home's water needs. The Bates residence near Williams also implemented this type of system and similar high efficiency conservation methods. Additionally, this home has zoned heating using mini splits that will allow for individual control of the 3 one-bedroom suites. So if one occupant is away, the space doesn't need to be cooled or heated. Affordability is a key element of social sustainability. While sustainability features like upgraded insulation and high efficiency mechanical systems can add cost to a project, their addition contributes to the long-term affordability of the home through lower utility costs. These two projects showcase maximized sustainability on a budget. The Wyndham House is the 6th home that Williams Area Habitat for Humanity has built for low-income families in the area. Costs were about 60% that of standard construction through the donation of materials and volunteer labor, as well as sweat equity of the owners. Within this budget, they provide an above energy code product with an insulated concrete form stem wall, rigid insulation on the exterior, spray foam in the ceiling, as well as a high efficiency furnace. Habitat for Humanity of Northern Arizona has a slightly different model for achieving affordability. The 3 new units in the Habitat Isabel project are on land held in trust by the Flagstaff Community Land Trust, taking the cost of land out of the cost of purchasing a unit. These units are also high efficiency and are high density urban infill projects that have great community connectivity with bus stops, parks, urban trails, and shopping all within walking distance. As with affordable home ownership, there is a need for affordable high efficiency rental units. Jeff Knorr of JKC has developed a model for providing this. He begins with small urban infill lots and then builds high density developments on them that are both durable and efficient. These units are in Sunnyside, with great community connectivity making alternative means of transportation possible for residents. The units have above code windows, Energy Star appliances, and low flow fixtures, among other sustainable features. The units qualify for Section 8, a rent assistance program through the City of Flagstaff, and provide housing that will be affordable to operate in the long term. Often rental housing and homes built for sale are built to code, but not above, with a goal of maximizing profit. We are pleased to have a number of these kinds of projects participating in the program that are also making sustainability a priority. Brannon Cottages is a high-density student housing project that incorporates passive solar design, high-efficiency mechanicals, low-flow fixtures, and Energy Star appliances. It also will have a solar PV system later this year and has a newly installed electric vehicle charging station. Hillside Drive 1 and 2 are a pair of spec homes that utilize insulated concrete forms in the stem wall, structurally insulated panels for the wall, and spray foam in the ceiling. They are heated with 95% efficient on-demand boilers and have dual flush toilets and other low-flow fixtures. Renewable energy, including solar PV, is one of the key strategies to reaching the carbon reduction and neutrality goals so important to addressing climate change. It is not often we see small businesses implement solar PV, so we were excited that Timberline Firearms and Training not only covered all their own electric needs with solar, but are providing free electric vehicle charging for customers and the community alike with their solar PV system. The project also includes rainwater harvesting for irrigation, energy recovery ventilation, and the relocation of prairie dogs on the site. The McGill residence is an all-electric, almost net zero home. Transitioning to all-electric is a step along the way to carbon neutrality, as more of the power from the grid is produced by renewables. This home also has spray foam insulation throughout, an EPA-certified wood stove, and xeriscaping. The McGarry residence also pairs solar PV with electrical vehicle charging. Other features of the home include a passive radon ventilation system, great attention to site impact reduction, and smart home technologies that allow for remote control of heating and lighting. Ian Hublitz, owner of Green Mountain Construction, used his knowledge of green building to optimize sustainability within its budget for his own home. The Hublitz residence includes a solar PV system, as well as passive solar design, small square footage, passive radon ventilation, and increased housing density through the addition of an apartment above the garage. And that brings to a conclusion the presentation of our awardees this year. I'd just like to add final words of congratulations to our certification recipients and thank them for their commitment to sustainable building. Your efforts make our community a better place. Chair Ryan and board members, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
All right. Fantastic, Nina. And actually, I would be remiss to not state anything about Carl Taylor. Carl Taylor, prior to becoming a board member, advocated us creating this program and has been a great champion. And then from there, seeing leadership with both Amanda, Nina right now, in working together with many people within the community to help with our sustainable program. These examples are fantastic, and it's really neat to take a look anywhere from the home builder perspective all the way up to you see a replication of many of our engineers and architects and various firms within the community, which is really special. To see the continuation and the innovation that's taking place with this. But I'd like to turn to other board members to follow up if you have comments or questions.
I'll go. I just want to say I appreciate the different projects. I was really impressed with the PowerPoints on how you laid it out to be able to show so many so fast. So good job. Those programs look really exciting, the different areas. And it was interesting when you first started, one of my questions was, well, what about affordability? And then you got into affordable housing. So that was good to see that that's included in there. I definitely interested in all these different sustainable building techniques and seeing how there are ways that we can help support, create those sustainable building techniques more affordable for the general population in our county. So it was really cool to see those projects. I really look forward to hearing more about it, and great job. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Go ahead, Patrice. Supervisor.
Yes. Thank you. And I agree with everything what Supervisor Vasquez stated. And it's really wonderful to see so many of the programs and projects, the homes here in Coconino County. But it's so wonderful. Not only is the community behind this, but the businesses, the contractors, everyone who is involved in this project to make a more sustainable, renewable community, which of course makes our community a better place for all. So congratulations to the winners, including Coconino County. I'm glad that they walked their own talk, and I think that's important for all of us to do. So that was nice to see. Congratulations, and also to the Sustainable Program Manager, Amanda, and Nina Schmidt. Thank you so much for all of your work on this.
Thank you.
Right. And then I'll turn to Supervisor Begay.
Good afternoon. I'm really, I guess I'm really happy to see that these projects are there. Being a new supervisor on board, I'm seeing a lot of good things that are being done within the county, and certainly, affordable housing, affordable things that we can do for our community is a big plus for all of us. And so I just want to thank all the people that are involved in this whole making the projects carry through and getting done. So of all the other board members that make comments, I totally agree with them also regarding affordability and things like that. So thank you very much for being part of this. All the people that have worked here, also all the other maybe contractors and other businesses that have gotten involved. I think this is a good showcase, and congratulations.
So I do have one. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. I do have one question, and I'm pretty sure we didn't have tours this year, did we, or did we have tours? Kind of tricky with COVID. And I think last year we didn't, but this year I'm not sure. What did you guys do?
So this year, so the tour is usually at the end of September or early October. And so COVID was an issue during that time. So what we did this year is we did a kind of hybrid tour. We called it a scavenger hunt, but it was a virtual tour online that we actually still have up. If anyone wanted to go see it, it's on our website. And so it's for each project that wanted to participate, we have a slideshow. And then, with each slide, a little information about what is shown. And so as part of it, though, people could drive to the site and then do the slideshow on their phone just to make it a little bit more engaging than just looking at the computer again. So we do plan to have our tour this year. It's September 25th, and we're hoping we can do it in person, but we'll be, keeping our eye on what's happening in the community and what the advice is. So thank you for that question.
All right, go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you. If I could just add to that, and thank you, Nina, and thank you, Chair Ryan, for bringing that up. We host the tour as part of the Flagstaff Festival of Science. So it's something we're very proud of being a partner with that great event in the community. And this year, Nina, it blew my mind with what year are we on with our tour? I want to say
17, I think. Yes.
Yeah. And last year with the virtual tour, we had 18 homes, I believe it was, that I participated in the virtual event. And like Nina mentioned, this year we're looking at, due to COVID concerns, a potential hybrid again. Getting the education out, but doing it in a safe and fun way.
Well, one thing I could say, and I've participated in your tours over time, is it's well worth it. Just as you listen to all the great things that the different owners had done throughout this process, you start, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm used to, I did that, but I got to look into that one. And it really does help for your own creativity, for your own space on what you can do. Often, the affordable component is incrementalism. How can I get each one of those next levels of water capture tanks, working on those things. But the tour is just wonderful, and you hear from the owners often on what they did, their thoughts associated with it, and or the particular firms that are showcasing as well with that. So well done. We're limited on time with what we have, but wanted to double check. Did we have any additional follow up or reaching out to anybody here that we wanted to bring up? Typically, we would give a chance for everybody to make a comment also, but we have many homes. That's another piece. The great thing is the participation. The other side of it is how do you fit everybody in for all these great projects?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. We definitely struggled with how to best celebrate all these amazing community projects. And we usually host this event in person, but starting the year before, doing it with you all and then in this virtual model. But we are hoping to get together when we can again and do a sustainable building celebration. And that'll be a great time for people to meet the folks who are a part of all these projects. And again, with the tour, as you mentioned, as another opportunity.
All right. So right now, are we at the conclusion of our presentation? New times, it seems anticlimactic for all the work and all the people that are out there that are present as attendees. We truly appreciate the work you're doing. You showcasing your facilities, and I hope many of you have that plaque up front as a pride component, but it also helps for the rest of our community. Your innovation becomes our innovation. So thank you very much on that. With that, I'll bring it back to County Manager Peru. Steve.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Amanda and Nina, for all the work that you do. Awesome work. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, at this point in time, we're ready to move on to the next item, which would be the COVID update.
So as we just talked about, how do we do virtual tours and all that? And we have this continued pandemic challenge that we have. So the COVID update is item number 46. And so Steve, you going into it first? And then
we are. Kim and I are going to tag team on this one. And so we will, Kim is expecting an important phone call, so she may need to break away. And if so, we will be punting to her stand-in, which may be me. So.
Oh no, Kim, stick around, please. No, just kidding. Go ahead, Kim.
All right, well, good afternoon, Chair Ryan, supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity, although I will say I'm a little remiss of coming before you. Was hoping that as you came back from break and the report that I would be able to give would continue to have been what it was when we left off, but unfortunately that is not the case. So I know it's been a while. I want to kind of recap where we were, where we are now, and some of the things going on, and certainly in the current state of things. So with that, Eric is going to bring up the presentation, and I will go ahead and get started. On this first slide here, just wanted to show you real briefly in when we left off last month on July 2nd, we were in moderate community transmission level. We had an incident rate of moderate with 18.4 cases per 100,000 and 2.8% positivity, which is in minimal. As of today, and as of our report, ultimately from a week ago Saturday, we are in high community transmission level and with an incident rate in substantial at 98.9 per 100,000. So, right there on the cusp of being in the high incident rate as well. And I'm going to show you in just a moment on our weekly report, the change that has occurred even in the month in terms of what we are representing and to align with the CDC benchmarks as well as our school benchmarks. The vaccination rates as of yesterday on the ADHS site had Arizona at 52.2%, Coconino County at 54.1%, and then you can see Maricopa at 37 and Pima at just under 49%. Next slide, please. So this is what I was referring to with respect to our weekly report. We've continued to publish this. Our amazing epidemiology team continues to gather their surveillance information to put this together. And as I was referencing, the report looks slightly different this week, specifically aligning with the CDC community transmission thresholds and the county schools report. Interestingly enough, we were already moving to this alignment before the latest CDC guidance was published last week. This had already been in the works to align this report. And just by note, there's also a slight change in the weekly hospitalization graph. If you look at the full report, which is on our website, it's posted every Friday by 10 a.m. and also pushed out on social media that report has been published. And I know each of you are also getting a copy of that report, but just want to point out a couple of the changes, but specifically today, speaking about where we are, our week ending July 24th, which of course was a week ago Saturday, we were at 140 positive cases with that rate of 98.9 per 100,000. And of course at 11.1% positivity yield, putting us in that high transmission category. Now the CDC, if you'll recall, in the old methodology of using the state benchmarks, it had to be a 2-week time frame before a sustained 2 weeks before you moved into a different category. The CDC does define their levels of community transmission based on the highest level indicator for the current reporting week. And so that is why we are currently in a high level of transmission. I do want to point out the other thing that we are tracking from all of our positive cases are the number of those cases of which are not fully vaccinated. And you can see for that week of July 29, or excuse me, week 29, there were 77% of the positive cases that were not fully vaccinated. And we gather this information based off of the investigations that are occurring with each of the positive cases. Next slide, please. So this is a familiar chart you've all seen that I would provide you each time we did an update. And I just wanted to bring this back today, clearly from the beginning of the pandemic response, and certainly as we left off in July, had been maintaining really steady there through May, all the way through the end of June. And then as we entered into July, you can see that those numbers have continued to go up, and where we were sitting yesterday, as of the time of our surveillance team pulling this information, we were already at 230 positive cases for our week ending July 31st. So we're clearly not trending in the right direction. This is definitely concerning. And of course, we are getting very busy on our end with respect to the investigations and monitoring of positive cases. Next slide, please. One of the things that has continued, and I will say to some extent on a positive note, we have maintained our testing levels, which helps us have a real clear picture of truly what our percent positivity is. So even despite at the 1st of May, when NAU stopped doing their mitigation testing, when the students left, there continued to be a pretty steady response in terms of people going to get tested. Clearly, you can see in the last couple of weeks that has gone up, and we were at just over 2,000 tests for the week ending the 24th. This is certainly as a result of people having symptoms who are going to get tested, along with those who are being identified as close contacts, and through the monitoring and process being advised to go get tested at certain points in their quarantine. And then of course, also others who hopefully are continuing to do some of their own mitigation testing and just making sure that they, are being tested if there's any concerns, and that this service continues to be available at it has moved to the field house at NAU. That also occurred in early July while you were all off of having meetings for the month. I won't say while you were on break, but while you were not having board meetings. And so that service continues. And in fact, if we can go to the next slide, this is the information that's on our website, certainly been pushed out in social media, that we continue to have the mass testing site at now, as I indicated, at the field house. There is free parking there for anyone showing up for testing. It is also the same location on the NAU campus where they have a vaccine location as well in the field house. There's 2 different separate areas there for testing and vaccination. People can still go online, register, and schedule a test. They are performing COVID testing Monday through Friday from 10 to 3, and then Saturday from 8 to noon. And so that service continues to remain available. I'm working with NAU as well as the state. Right now, that service is scheduled through the end of August with the ASU Biodine Institute. It continues to be the saliva-based testing. We are working on other plans for hopefully extending that or coming up with some other alternatives. Next slide, please. Did want to share with you all, this is a snapshot of other community testing locations that our investigators and monitors use when they're talking to folks. It's also information that is on the website through the testing application to be able to see where locations are. There's a little bit of additional information here that we will also be putting in a format that we can share on the website. But what I wanted to point out is there are places who do in-house rapid tests, and those rapid tests, you can go to many of the, for example, Next Care, Urgent Care, those kinds of places to receive a rapid test. Most of those have some type of a fee associated with them, or at least a charge to your insurance. Then many locations all around the county are also performing other either nasopharyngeal or saliva-based testing. So there is still testing available at our local and around the county at our healthcare centers, partner healthcare centers. Just wanted to point that out, that again, we need people to continue to be tested, and certainly we need to make this a priority that we still have this service available to our communities and surrounding communities. Next slide, please. So on our county vaccine data page, this is what the team puts together every week as well. There's quite a bit of information on this page. I know you've all seen this before because this was in place earlier in the year as we started administering vaccines. And just wanted to point out on this sheet, you'll see that there's a continuing to track the numbers and percents of individuals vaccinated. This number sometimes can vary slightly just based on the timing and what ADHS is posting. You can see on that graph right there in the middle with the red line going across it, that is a representation of the numbers of vaccines being given to among Coconino County residents. And certainly you can see that decline, you know, at the peak back in April, and then that it's continued to decline in terms of the total numbers to where we're vaccinating approximately about 1,000 people a week. There was certainly our lowest time frame was the week that this report ended of July 24th. And I will share that our current numbers indicate a slight increase in vaccinations and public interest based on our numbers that we're collecting from our pop-ups, as well as the vaccines that are being conducted at NAU vaccine site. Next slide, please. So the page that was also one of the newer additions as we started to begin to track the variants. You'll see here our variant page specific to Coconino County and those numbers, and certainly early on in as the variants started to appear, the common variants, or the largest number was that UK variant, and those colors have been delineated so that you can see how they match the different variant name or the number that is attached to it. And I just draw your attention to June. June is the last complete month of variant data. And so of course, as we just entered into August, the July data will be reflective, I believe, on next week's report. But you can see in that red color bar there, that is the Delta variant. And that is the currently what is our most common variant. And it is certainly one of our most concerning variants, and has been what has prompted many of the changes the CDC has recently announced. We also continue to track our own vaccine breakthrough, and you can see on that report that there to date have been 161 vaccine breakthrough cases. That's a little less than 10% of our total cases, and that the number and the variant of concern certainly now, as we have gone through July, that primary variant that is being identified is the Delta variant. Next slide, please. So a couple just highlights and comments about the Delta variant, and I know everyone is hearing a lot about it. There certainly is emerging evidence that demonstrates it is much more, has a much more increased transmissibility. And absolutely, some vaccinated people can get Delta breakthrough, a Delta breakthrough infection, and they may be contagious. But again, the point that I want to emphasize is that vaccinated individuals represent a very small amount of transmission occurring around the country, and that it still remains that virtually all hospitalizations and deaths continue to be among the unvaccinated, and that our most important public health action at this time in order to end this pandemic is vaccination. We continue to have that good evidence that those vaccines are safe and they're effective, and that they provide protection against those variants that are circulating in the United States, including the Delta variant. And we truly are in a race against time to increase our vaccination coverage before new variants emerge. And we have been doing an amazing job in Coconino County, but we still have a long way to go. And to convince others who who are eligible now, who haven't gotten vaccinated, about the safeness and the effectiveness of the vaccines, and then also protecting those who are not yet eligible to receive vaccine. And we have a large population of those 12 and under who are not yet eligible to receive those vaccines. Next slide, please. So as a result of these increasing numbers and the Delta variant concerns about increased transmissibility, even the possibility that those who are fully vaccinated and become infected could be contagious and possibly transmit the virus to others, the CDC updated their public health recommendations last week on the 28th, and that is recommendations for fully vaccinated people to wear a mask in public indoor settings in areas of substantial or high transmission. And as you are all aware, as I just indicated on the report before, we are currently in Coconino County in high transmission. And as of the graph I showed you, continuing to have those numbers climb right now. The added information that the CDC put out was, again, information that even when a community is not in substantial or high, that fully vaccinated people might choose to wear a mask regardless of that level of transmission, and particularly if they are immunocompromised or at increased risk for disease from COVID-19, or if they have someone in their household who's immunocompromised and at increased risk for disease, or not fully vaccinated. So that's all of those folks who have all of those kiddos in their households that are 12 and under that aren't even eligible to be vaccinated yet. The other addition is the recommendation for fully vaccinated people who have had a known exposure to someone suspected or confirmed COVID-19 positive to be tested three to 5 days after that exposure, and to wear a mask in the public indoor settings for 14 days or until they receive a negative test result. Obviously, that has a little bit of a confusing connotation there, in that regardless of having that negative test, the recommendation at this time, especially in our high transmission, is that they would actually continue to wear that mask in a public indoor setting. beyond that 14 days, even with that negative test. And then lastly, the other big piece of CDC's recommendation was universal indoor masking for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors to schools, regardless of vaccination status. And I'm going to be talking a little bit more about conversations we're having with schools. I know all of you are aware of the laws that have been passed and put into place that are preventing the schools from requiring masking for those going into the schools. And I'll talk with you a little bit about the conversations that we've had with our school superintendents and our school districts and how we are trying to best respond to keep all the kids safe, because our number one goal, certainly mine is as well, we want kiddos to be in school. We want them to be having an in-person experience, and how do we help mitigate the transmission of disease to allow for that to happen. Next slide, please. I spoke to most of this in terms of the guidance update, but you can see this is the little picture on the right of this slide here is all of the counties in Arizona who are in high transmission, substantial, which is that other orange color. And then there's one county, which I believe that is still Cochise down there, that is in moderate at this time. Next slide, please. So wanted to provide a few vaccination updates with respect to all of this, and then certainly where things are at this time. There's been a lot of talk about boosters, COVID-19 boosters, and I get calls about it daily, or if somebody shows up at one of our pop-up events asking about being able to obtain a booster. And what I will share at this point in time, all vaccine administrators, which all of us, the county is, the pharmacies, other qualified healthcare centers, urgent cares, none of us are currently authorized to be giving booster doses because CDC does not currently recommend booster shots. I know you've seen a lot in the media around potentially really looking first at those who may be immunocompromised. That may be the first group of folks that once CDC does make recommendations, that it would be for that immunocompromised population. So I will just want to point out to you all and to the public that currently we are not authorized to give booster doses. We are unable to administer those, even if someone says, my doctor says I should get one, that may be, but until we get authorization, booster shots are not going to be administered and are not currently recommended by the CDC. Now, as we know, things can change. And when it does, we will make sure and let you and the public know. With respect to how we're conducting vaccinations in Coconino County, I know I kept the board informed about this, but Premier Medical Group, who is the entity that had come up and were operating the state pod side at NAU, and then had been awarded a contract to do some mobile pop-up vaccination operations, where they were working alongside of us through the month of June. And they had some staffing issues related to being able to effectively provide additional support, and as I like to coin it, double our efforts and allow us to be in more places than one. And when they were kind of regrouping on this, in my conversations with NAU and with our staff, our number one priority was that we continue to have whatever limited amount of effort and staffing that they could provide to keep the vaccine site at the NAU campus operating. That was our number one priority, because as public health and HHS, we are doing an amazing job getting around the county doing pop-up events. And we want to be able to continue to focus on that, but we knew we couldn't take on adding in all of the thousands of students that are going to be returning over the next few weeks back to begin classes on August 23rd. So with that being said, they had to regroup a little bit, took a pause for one weekend, but last weekend they reopened on the 29th. So PMG is operating the vaccine location at the field house, and they are operating Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays from 10 to 2. Folks can go on and schedule an appointment if they wish, or you can just walk in and show up. And they are providing all 3 vaccines at that location. So Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson currently are all able to be administered at that location. Just to give a little more overview in terms of the NAU discussions, we have been participating in the Public Health Advisory Committee as NAU is preparing to return to classes and to return to full in-person on-campus activities. And also given the governor's executive order with respect to the things they can and cannot do, we've been making recommendations along with many of our other amazing partners in the medical field and in the epidemiology field are all providing lots of great feedback to NAU as to ways we can mitigate and how we can work together. One of the things certainly that we continue to talk about is the need to get all of those students vaccinated. And so NAU has launched a student incentive program for students who are seeking vaccinations. They've got some amazing prizes and other things and incentives for when students will go on to the, and I'm going to get it wrong, but the Louis Lumberjack app that they can then upload their vaccine card. And when they do, they get entered into drawings and other things. So we're really grateful for that. And then also, in addition to having that location there at the field house, our mobile vaccine team, and that is just doing amazing work and really being creative, is now exploring with NAU the option of putting up a couple of South Campus pop-up vaccination events that we could, in conjunction with PMG or not, to be able to provide even more accessibility to those students as they're returning and getting back into the dorms and starting to go to classes and go to the dining halls and such. So we're excited about that in our efforts to continue to get folks vaccinated and make for a successful school year back to NAU. Other pop-up vaccine events, I'll just quickly run through these. So I want to have some time to talk about the school, K through 12 schools as well. We continue to have every single week at our King Street location a pop-up on Wednesday here at the clinic, doing the downtown community markets every Wednesday between 4 and 8, and then the courthouse location on Fridays between 11 and 1. There's only been a couple of cancellations, and that has been due to major storms that have come in about the time when folks are outside trying to administer these pop-up clinics. So we are remaining flexible around that. And one of the things that we have scaled back just a little bit on is, rather than being at all of the Friday and Saturday music and movies on the square, we are rotating Fridays and Saturday events. That is so that we can be out and around to the rest of the county as well. And you'll see on there this Saturday, our team returns to Page to do basically the second half of the vaccine clinic, but then it got expanded to include a back to school fair up there, and also physicals, and also bringing childhood immunizations up there in addition to those COVID vaccinations. It's one of the priorities with HHS. We know lots of kids are behind on their childhood immunizations due to COVID, because people weren't going in and taking their kiddos to the doctor for lots of reasons, including that they couldn't even necessarily get appointments in there. So we're really working with our partners and our other community health centers. So up in Page, Canyonlands and Banner are assisting as well to help make that event happen. So we're excited about that return. The team is also returning again to Grand Canyon and Tucson areas on the 12th, both in Tucson at the IMAX, and then also right in the village at Grand Canyon. And then at the end of next week, they're going to be at the Shepherd of the Hills Lutheran Church for another pop-up event as well. So you can see those things continue to be playing out. The team is working on them a month out, and just making every availability. What I will say, I was pretty excited last week, the day after the CDC announced the new guidance. We had one of our biggest days at both our King Street location and the downtown community market, vaccinating almost 80 people between those two events, which is a big day for us at this stage in the game. So we're excited that there's continuing interest in vaccinations. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk about the schools. We met Superintendent Mango Pageant continues to host the school superintendents meetings, which HHS joins, and they had moved those to being monthly. And we met with them on the 29th to talk with them about many of the things to give them an updated information, also to get with them and ask if the school's report was meeting their needs and if they needed any changes to that. So we took some feedback from them. Most of the things on the school's report were exactly what they needed. And that first report will be coming out because that school's report took a break while they were on break, but that is being republished starting this week. And staff is working to update all of the COVID resources and the support to schools to make adjustments based on what the rules are regarding the laws and masking and other things not being able to be mandated or required. And so we're providing other support in terms of how the schools can utilize and layer other mitigation measures that they are still allowed to implement. And that is also a big piece of how they report to us when they have exposures and outbreaks. And that is through an online reporting mechanism that continues to remain active. And our liaisons here continue to attend the Arizona Department of Health Services schools meetings. Those are still hosted. I had gone to bi-weekly on Fridays. And so there's continuing to provide and get that updated information and share it with the schools. The last piece that I want to point out here is that the ADHS had entered into a contract with a provider to do a pooled testing program at the schools. This is where you have a classroom and everyone gets a little swab and they quickly do their own self-swab and they all go put it into a common tube and it gets sent off to the lab, and then the lab runs all those, so nobody's names or anything are associated with it. And then when the results come back, they can say, oh, there was we did have a positive or some positives in classroom X, and then that allows for us to then make those recommendations, and that lab that particular classroom can send home messaging to the parents and recommend that they go get tested, so that then of course we can isolate and quarantine those who may have exposures and hopefully help mitigate major outbreaks. Several of the schools are entertaining this idea. Many of them are in various stages of implementing it. There's a couple of charter schools who have already started and have done a pooled test with their faculty and staff and are ready to roll it out. There's others that are working on the process. We also still provide Bionex Now kits to FUSD in particular because they have completed their requirements for a CLIA waiver to allow them to do those rapid tests on campus so that they can then triage and help mitigate as well. So we have lots of different moving parts and pieces in place with our schools. And we are also looking at our options with respect to utilizing our public health authority where appropriate to protect the health and well-being of school staffs and communities. So we're looking into that and have the county attorney also looking at what kinds of things we can put into place using our public health authority to help support the schools and others when it comes to quarantine and isolation and protecting those students in the classrooms and preventing large-scale outbreaks or managing them. All right, and next slide. This is just the kind of a refresher, if you will, in terms of where we are. Of course, our operations and our health emergency operations center continues to be activated and operational. We, certainly have continued to be responding. That structure remains intact. We have been bringing all of the activities into and integrating them into our regular operations here at HHS. and had kind of backed off a little bit on those partner briefings. We were just doing them monthly. And then of course, given the spike in numbers and the changes, we have activated our bi-weekly partner briefing. So instead of monthly, it is bi-weekly, so that we can continue to keep all of our partners informed as we have and as we work through mitigating this outbreak that we're currently looking at. As you all were fully aware earlier today, we continue to seek and receive grants and resources. Many have come in that include numerous staffing components, as well as oversight of those grants, and then also other funds that are going out to our partners. And we are working fast and furious to get all of these implemented. You can see there, and we've got epidemiology, specimen collection, immunization, the health equity grant that was just recently approved, the enhanced detection, the one that we just did today, vaccine equity, you'll see at the next board meeting, along with the K through 12 reopening and public health workforce grants, all coming forth to provide additional resources for the county as well as our county partners in many of these situations. So as this is kind of my last slide before I'm going to turn it to Steve. Just kind of want to, and before I stop and pause for questions, but really just state that our public health and safety commitment and from the health and safety and public health perspective that we have said all along, we follow CDC guidance and recommendations. We intend to continue to do so. And with the most recent recommendations coming out regarding the need to return to masking for all individuals, vaccinated and unvaccinated, in public indoor spaces while we are in those high and substantial transmission. HHS, we fully support and recommend that we do that for our communities. And along with that, a continued concerted vaccination outreach and prioritization. I'll say it again, I said it earlier, it is our most important public health action to end the COVID-19 pandemic. And vaccines are safe, effective, and provide protection against the variants circulating in the United States. And we are in a race to get more vaccinated before even more dangerous variants break out. We continue to be committed to supporting and working alongside all of our amazing partners to mitigate those impacts. And we continue to provide recommendations and information regarding the current guidance, as well as continuing to provide investigations and public health support for school operations and all of the really support to all of our businesses and community members in Coconino County. So with that, I'm going to pause. That was a lot, and ask if there's any questions before, if that works for you, Steve, before going into the next section regarding kind of the county and how we're going to implement some of these recommendations.
Thanks, Kim. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good time to pause for questions because there's so much. I know I have gobs of thoughts or questions, but I'll hit on a couple of them. We'll check in with the board, and then obviously continuation of what it means to us as well that Steve will cover later. Just one question. Start with the kid discussion. What's the latest in the medical discussion associated with getting vaccinations below the age of 12?
So thank you, Chair Ryan. The Pfizer vaccine continues to be working through submission for emergency use authorization for the 2 to 11-year-old age range. Initially, we had received some information that we were hopeful that might be coming out or being submitted for emergency use authorization as early as the end of August. Now we're hearing some information that it may be further, more likely towards the end of September, but they continue to be doing those clinical trials, and the intent is to get that up for emergency use as quickly as is obviously feasible and safe based on those clinical trials. But it certainly is not going to be here in time for the return to school when most of you are aware, many schools have even returned to classes this week in our county and many more returning next week.
So, yeah, boy, it'd be exciting, to finally hit that point. And, often, that's a big piece of concern of, mask up to protect these kids, especially those that are compromised, but the kids in general, and their transmission capability, which we all know about. If you didn't have a kid, they certainly, it seems like you carry their slobber all over you all the time, that kind of thing. But along that line for the schools, do they have, reasonable supply of PPEs, such as masks in particular on that? It does beg that question. And if not, is there a way to push and help with that?
Yes, and thank you for that question, Chair Ryan. All of them indicate having appropriate supplies at this time, but we continue to make available to them PPE to distribute. Early on, many of the schools had picked up what we call push packs. We have kind of ready packs of what is considered kind of the common PPE, obviously including masks. And so that remains available. The schools seem to be in a good position. They also receive several grants and other resources to purchase and get access to PPE. And so everything we are hearing right now is that they have what they need and feel comfortable with that, but certainly we remain ready to help them address any issues that may arise.
So thank you. And then I had three more, and then I'll hop over. I can see Patrice's up, and I'm sure the others will have them. Just a note, really appreciate you being proactive together with Rose and the attorney's office on it's, the public health order being ready. Hopefully we don't reach that situation, but we're going to be merging populations pretty soon here in a large quantity. And so to your vaccination point, my experience, in the biological field would be the vaccinations are so important. If we had been vaccinated, we wouldn't be seeing variants that come up and can supersede what we have going on here. So mutations occur at rapid rates, folks, especially with microbes. The pop-up events, what do you think about it? Maybe a month before we might be able to get back to that, or?
Actually, Chair Ryan, we have never stopped. We've continued to provide them. We just scaled back on a couple of them in terms of frequency, but really have been able to ramp back up. We continue to run into obstacles in terms of being able to hire nurses and others who are able to actually administer the vaccines. You probably have heard a lot of this. This continues to really impact our entire healthcare setting in general, in terms of shortages around nursing and other vaccinating or other medical staff, and in our situation, others to apply for those positions. We've done a lot of creative outreach, including pushing out some additional things through the pools of folks who early on were available to participate in our mass vaccination sites and are trying to garner some interest there. We are also looking at some possible contract related work, any way that we can make that happen. But right now we've got at least a core team of folks, including nurses and others, to assist with vaccinations, that we're able to still get out and have these pop-ups, that we're doing basically 4, sometimes 5 days a week, sometimes 2 or more in a day. And then having, obviously having time to let folks be off and have, rotate out and still get them out into circulation. So we're feeling pretty comfortable. I'm not going to say it's ideal yet, but we continue to work on that and look at what our resources are to access more individuals so that we can provide as many opportunities as possible. But we're also looking at those, really where are those we're trying different options and locations. And then when we find things that are working, being able to maintain them, knowing where there's a good draw of folks. So we're continuing to look at that as we going forward. So we have no intention of slowing down and hope to keep going forward and preparing with our partners. So let me add that piece too, with North Country Healthcare and Canyonlands, as we FUSD has already been working with North Country, getting plans in place so that when we do have vaccinations and are eligible down to those younger ages, to be able to provide vaccinations on site at schools. And so we're really looking for that partnership and with North Country to do that here locally in Flagstaff, as well as assist in some of our outlying areas. And then also working with Canyonlands up in Page, and then allowing for our county staff to be able to provide those in some of those other smaller communities that don't have qualified healthcare centers within them.
Yeah, I guess my question came around with this NAU surge as well as the schools that would inhibit some of that opportunity. So, I appreciate the clarification. Last piece would be, I see you have it in your color bars for tracking the vaccinated transmission. I'm really curious about that. And, if we have a way of seeing those numbers. I see we were starting to do that. At first, it might be a little tricky, but yeah.
Yeah, and actually thank you, Chair Ryan, that is in the report. We track that every week to represent the numbers of positives, that the percentage that are unvaccinated, and then on the variants or the vaccine breakthrough on that vaccine page at the bottom, we are tracking the total number, and then of course the total percentage of that over all of our positives. And so that is the total percentage. And then of course, week to week in the last 3 weeks, that has those percentages vary just based on the current time frame for vaccine breakthrough, which obviously we're seeing more of right now because of the Delta variant. Thus the reason for the return to masking in indoor public places being such a priority. But we continue to publish everything we can and be as transparent about that information so that folks have access to it and can, truly appreciate what the situation is.
All right. Okay. I've kind of monopolized questions. Supervisor Horstman, Patricia, you're up there. I'm guessing you want to have.
Well, thank you. And Chair Ryan, you asked good questions. And, it's just so disheartening. It just doesn't need to be like this. The county has been absolutely involved in this community, getting that vaccine out all over our community. And it just doesn't need to be like this. So, I have to say, Kim, you are a picture of restraint because I know how hard it is that you and your staff have worked to try to protect members of our community. At 54%, it is better than most of the state, but it is not good enough. This is a vaccine that is as contagious as chickenpox. And for those that have not been vaccinated, they have a very high risk of coming down with a very serious case of the disease. But they've also put at risk so many who did what they were supposed to do, and they got their vaccination. So they may not have it as strong of a case, as virulent of a case, but unfortunately they continue to put all of us at risk. And it's just so disheartening to see us going back to masking in closed situations. It's very disheartening when our businesses were finally able to open, to see them having to do mandatory masking and having problems getting their staff and keeping their staff well. I don't know. We've done the incentive program, be a big shot. And I want to thank all the businesses that have stepped up, have offered incentives to members of the public to get that vaccine. And maybe we also need to look at incentives from the businesses to the employees themselves to incentivize the workers. Because obviously, if we get a shutdown again or they lose their workers, that's an economic detriment to them. And maybe that's something when we get to the county, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about county incentives as well as we move forward. But for now, I just think that all of us need to try to do what we can to get the word out. And if you members of the public have any questions about the safety or anything like that, they should contact their doctor. They should contact their healthcare providers. We have the CDC. We're following the science of the CDC. And if that's not enough, contact your individual healthcare providers. Get the shot. We have to move our community forward. And thank you for everything you do, Kim. We've got to continue to be vaccine centric, whatever that means, and get the word out and get the shot. So any great ideas that you have as we move forward, I'd certainly love to hear about them. I'm very anxious to hear what Rose, our Deputy County Attorney, has to say with regards to what we can do to help with our schools, our public schools. This is just coming at the wrong time. Your businesses are just starting to reopen. Schools are just starting to restart. They've already had a diminished school year. And I look forward to further discussions from you and to hear from our county attorney on what that means and what we can do. So thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Other supervisors?
Yes, I just wanted to first off thank the team for all their hard work in putting together the stats and getting the vaccine out there to the community with the pop-up clinics and being available and looking at every opportunities to vaccinate. We really need to continue the effort. We're close, but we're not there. We have 50 something percent vaccination rate. We need it to be higher, especially with kids going back into school. So please, just as Supervisor Horstman was saying, just please get your vaccination, get your families vaccinated. It's really important. The data is showing us that you might still get COVID with these new variants if you're vaccinated, but the severity will be much less. So please, the only way we get through this and get our economy back to normal, as it was already heading towards, is by getting vaccinated and bringing down the risk of transmission here in Coconino County. So again, thank you, staff, for all your diligent work on trying to remediate what's going on and doing your best to adjust. It's unfortunate that it's hitting at this time with school starting next week. I have 3 kids going into school and I'm concerned. The numbers are a little scary, and I don't want my kids to miss out on in-person education, but at the same time, if we don't get some protections for our children, it may not be safe. And so it's really important that we push to get vaccinated and see what are the some of the measures that we've kind of all relaxed on as it started to look like things were getting better. We just need to be a little more disciplined and continue to take the safety measures to keep ourselves and our family and loved ones and our overall community safe. So please, get vaccinated, get your family and friends vaccinated, and continue to use those protocols, those safety protocols, so that we can minimize the effects of COVID in our county. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Looks like Judy was up there. Judy, did you want to comment?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you for for the presentation. A lot of good information. Oh God. A lot of good information that came to us today regarding COVID. I too feel that we should be able to go again, the second round, out to really expose what's going on with COVID again, or how the numbers are going up again. I know I've been in some establishments. I stopped about 10 different places one day just to see how they were doing the receiving people inside and sitting them down, and how they were serving food. I looked at the tables, just kind of walking around. Some of the establishments, they had like the tables were wiped down, but you could still see smudges of like syrup on there. You go to the entrance and the doors are just dirty, And it seems like they haven't been wiped down at all. And then also, I was observed a couple of families that had dirty spoons and forks. Somebody had just, ate off of it. I mean, they ate with them and it was sitting on the table and they showed it to me because I asked, because I could see it. And seems like once some businesses opened up and we started to see these type of things, I think in a lot of places like the buffet places, they should have one establishment had gloves that they gave them to, so they can dish out food, but other places they didn't. People were just kind of using their hands and stuff like that and just dishing out food, and next person picks it up and things like that. The other thing is I think we really need to encourage people to use the plastic spoons and forks and stuff like that, because it's really some of it probably comes from there, and we have not only looking at the establishments, but I think it will be other areas, businesses where you go and like I said, the glass doors they're just got smudges on it inside and on the outside. So I think really I really feel that we should be able to do some radio spots and then run some papers locally, not only locally, but on the reservation everywhere that within Coconino County, the same verbiage, everything, so that we try to get, and then really reiterate that, we need to move on and find other avenues to get this thing lid put back on. I know the Navajo Nation closes the Navajo Nation, only people in the local area were allowed to go in, and that's really not a good thing, because we need to be able to intermingle with the outside and people that are coming through the reservation and stuff like that. And business is just not open, the school's just not open, and it kind of worries me, like the other supervisors, that something more has to be done, more maybe phase 2, just go in like we did, like it's like phase 1, where we really did a lot, to push people to get the word out, and just things like that. So I'm not sure how. I'm just sitting here thinking, wow, just when we're beginning to get back on our feet, and this is what's happening. But it is something that we need to start on right away and not hit the high numbers like we did before, where there were a lot of fatalities involved. So this really is something that we need to address from the county, and then get our partners and other people in the communities involved and stuff like that. So what are best practices, to try to approach this? So that's what I'm sitting here thinking about. And it's not a good thing at all, as far as COVID starting to increase again. And certainly we lost a lot of family members, and it's really, a lot of people were hurt. Some people, some kids' parents both gone a week apart. It's just hard. So I guess now what we need to do with the information that's given to us is really find ways to get the education part again, and maybe we go to some establishments and maybe do a little standard operation or something for them, so that they can go by that protocol. Maybe that would minimize a lot of things that's going on too. And so I don't know, it's just something that you have to, you can lose sleep over. And this is something that I was thinking about today, and it takes only this information, to really get you going again. But we've done a lot here within Coconino County, and I know we can do more. And so the staff have that. The staff can find ways, and then we can go ahead and move forward with this. So that's what I have to say. And then thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the staff that have actually been involved in COVID. And I know it took a lot of staff, and and all the way up to the Board of Supervisors. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And it does beg, for now that we're getting a new phase, that oh my gosh, fatigue sets in, and yet everybody's been working so hard to get information out there. A really good point of any way that we can help amp up the volume in terms of messaging, something unique or whatever. We turn to you, Kim, you and the team to think about, and definitely if we can help out that way, that would be good with that. Kim, did you have anything else on after the soups, or am I going to Steve next?
I think you can hand it off to Steve at this point to kind of talk a little more broadly about these public health and safety recommendations and implementations with respect to the rest of the county and county employees.
Thanks,
Great.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, and just a couple quick comments. Let's see. So before I get into the slide content, some comments. Of course, one of the grants that you approved earlier today will add the staff in a number of different ways to address COVID. So we're looking at epidemiology, we're looking at investigators, we're looking at data, IT, we're looking at communications. And so definitely there is no stop to what we're doing. We'll continue to, of course, do everything we can. Best practices throughout the state, throughout the country. So all of the things that we have, that we're working with, we'll continue to work with and double the efforts. We certainly have not paused at all since day one, and so we've continued to do that. But again, the resources needed to continue to do the work is there, and so we're doing that. A couple other comments. I was reminded last week by my wife that I am immunocompromised. I did not realize that, although I should have, from 10 years ago, having had cancer and lymphoma and not having a spleen. And so I don't have those things that make me immune and safeguard me. And so I was a little concerned about that. So I made an appointment to get tested. Got a test in no time flat, pulled up to NAU. Parking was 20 feet from the entrance to the testing site. Walked in, I was in and out in 10 minutes, and I got my results back in less than 24 hours. Thankfully, they're negative. And so I think that's again, a reminder that testing is not an effort. Testing is available, certainly at NAU, through NAU and through our partners throughout the county. And so, of course, the messaging with regard to testing is loud and clear. Please get yourself tested. If you have any concerns, just do it on a regular basis. What compelled me is something, it's a snapshot in time. We don't know what happens the day after we get the results, but at least we're on top of that. The other comment I want to make is that I think we need to highlight communities that are doing it. Page is a community that's doing it. Page has almost, I think, a 70% vaccination rate. We were on a call the other day with Mayor Bill Dyack. A lot of kudos to the community of Page. Through the efforts of our HHS staff and local health providers in Page, you name it, the back to school event was phenomenal. We're doing it again. And so I think we need to really highlight those communities. And it's not that other communities are not doing it well, but for those communities that have a 70% vaccination rate, they rate right up there with getting the gold star. So with that, those are my two comments. A couple other comments with regard to counties in general. I did reach out to County Supervisors Association over the weekend and asked them to poll other counties to see what other counties were doing with regard to changes in procedure based on CDC guidelines. I know we've heard that Pima County is making a change with regard to that. This morning, Kim provided to me an announcement that Yavapai County is actually closing their buildings to the public. Effective on Thursday. This is based on the numbers that they're experiencing in that particular part of the state. And so Yavapai County is going back into appointments only, a virtual way of addressing the business of our communities. And so those are two examples. As I get additional information from CSA on what other counties are doing, I will pass it on to you. So the slide before you, of course, and of course, it goes with no fanfare. But, with regard to the reentry management team discussion, so we did meet this week to discuss implications of CDC guidance updates and status of county reentry process. The reentry committee has been in existence since the COVID began, well over a year ago, and has been monitoring the activity within the county. Of course, as a county, from the very beginning, we have adhered to CDC guidance and provided, that has provided our direction, of course, based on the fact that a lot of the information and data that CDC uses is based on data and science. And so with that, basically what we're doing is we're going to be reinstating the county mask policy for employees in the public. Masks required for county buildings according to policy 711, face coverings in the workplace. Certain county functions may be required to follow alternate policy. I want to call attention to the courts. The courts received their direction from the Administrative Office of the Courts. And so they received direction with regard to COVID, and they've done that throughout the COVID. And so the Chief Justice and the Administrative Office of the Courts sets policy for the criminal justice Superior Court functions within Coconino County. With regard to detention and clinics, that is under CDC, and they have always, since the beginning, had the mask restriction in place. And so with clinics and detention, that has not changed. It will continue to be the same. With regard to the county mask and face covering, the general assumption, and this is on the reentry plan on page 11, and let me just read for the record. When the public is present in a county building, masks or face coverings will be required consistent with CDC guidelines. If a member of the public presents without a mask, one will be provided as needed. If a member of the public is unable to wear a mask due to medical issues or is unwilling to wear a mask when required, then the person's contact information will be taken and the desired service will be delivered alternatively. Then also the county reentry plan and face covering policy are consistent with CDC guidelines, and phases 1 through 4 of the county reentry plan does include masking guidelines per CDC policy. And again, we have adhered to CDC policy and guidance from the beginning, and we continue to do so at this point in time. And so I'll go to the next slide, and just this spells out in a little more detail the face coverings in the workplace due to the public health emergency, which continues. It was never stood down, so we continue to be in a public health emergency. Face coverings, masks are considered PPE or safety equipment. Common areas are areas open for use by more than one person, including but not limited to all public areas, elevators, stairwells, hallways, lobbies, sub-lobbies, break rooms, kitchens, file rooms, storage areas, copy rooms, conference rooms, seating areas, and restrooms. Employees may remove a face covering while working in a cubicle with walled separation that places a barrier between the employee's face and other employees or public. Face coverings will not be required when a person is alone in an office, alone in a county vehicle, or alone in a conference room. And I think the next slide is questions. And so here to respond to questions that the board may have related to the county reinstating face masking for county. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to, it looks like your, that last page was a little bit different than what I copied.
Can you put it?
Maybe it's just a different format on it. I'm seeing similar pieces in there, but just in case, if you could just send those last two pieces that you had out to us, that might be helpful.
And that did go out earlier today, so you have a copy of this PowerPoint in your inboxes.
Yeah, I printed it out. I thought I was looking at the same thing, but
why don't we show that slide back then, if you would, Mr. Chair, so we can show that. Erica, can you show that last slide again, please?
And Chair Ryan, Steve, if I may, Chair Ryan, when we did a last minute adjustments, I actually sent out another update of this afternoon, so you have the most current version in your email, but it did come in later this afternoon that had those changes.
Okay, great, fantastic, thank you. Yes, turn to the board. Go ahead, Patrice.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Steve, for your update. And I have a couple questions. You know, obviously, when all of this was coming down, legislature and the president allowed some additional leave for COVID. Obviously, that doesn't, that has long expired. I understand that there are employees, most who have had breakthrough infections, and they have had their vaccine. I don't know if there is some discussion, and if not, maybe it's one to have. If there are those that have in fact been vaccinated and end up coming down, with COVID, does the county want to look at extending or providing additional leave? Obviously, you don't want sick people coming to work. And second of all, it also helps to incentivize that vaccine. If they get the vaccine and in fact they still get sick, it allows them additional leave, maybe something to take a look at. Could be kind of something to add to the wellness program, some incentive again to get the employees vaccinated. I think this is something we need to talk to our businesses about, our private businesses about as well, in hopes to incentivize and hopefully maximize those that will go forward and get the vaccine. So I would ask to take a look at that. County manager and also, Kim and others, Erica and maybe Rose, to see what we can do in hopes of devising an incentive program ourselves here at the county. Might want to share that with the city, and hopefully the city will follow suit, because in the city of Williams and the rest as well, I think it's important that we try to do what we can to get as many people vaccinated as possible. I also don't know if we have looked at, I know that some counties, some cities have the door-to-door. I don't know if door-to-door in some of our, especially minority population areas, may be beneficial. I know we're trying to do a pop-up almost everywhere. I know at the end of my street, the Lutheran Church was doing a pop-up, which I was so happy to see. I know the courthouse does a pop-up. I know Heritage Square does a pop-up. And I'm just trying to come up with other ideas to try to get more and more people vaccinated. So I'm not sure if that's doable. And I'm not sure if that's something that has been considered. So incentive programs, possibly door-to-door, and would love to hear back on what we might be able to offer in terms of additional leave for those that have been vaccinated and end up becoming ill with COVID. So thank you.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see the return into the buildings. People have been, they're worried about they can't take off because they've used their time and yet they got their vaccination. I like that idea on the, we have a great wellness program that we've had a lot of people become proactive. That kind of is almost in line with what City of Page is doing. That maybe we can get our partners to hop in with us, but if they really need that, great ideas on it. Hieronyma?
Sure, I just want to say that while it's disheartening to see that we have to put these protocols back in place, I think it's what's necessary. We definitely want to protect our staff and the public in our county buildings. And I definitely agree with Supervisor Horstman that we need to see alternative methods to reach some of these marginalized communities. And I'm looking forward to coordinating with staff to see how we can do some of these alternative vaccine methods to get it out there to the community, because it's really contingent on how well we can get our vaccinations to the community and how well we can get the community to receive this message. Hopefully, people are kind of seeing the evidence through the numbers, and this Delta variant is making people realize that being vaccinated can be the difference between getting sick and being deathly sick. And so we definitely want to get the vaccination to as many community members as possible. And I thank the staff for making this recommendation. I know it's not what's people would like to see. We'd like to go in the opposite direction as we were going, but I think it's necessary based on the numbers of cases that we're seeing in our county.
Yeah, for everything that we've done proactive, I was looking at the demographics, and gosh, Geronimo, you've been working really well, particularly with the Hispanic community. But we definitely can work harder on that. I would think for that. How can we help get people provide that opportunity? Let's see, Judy. Okay, I'm not seeing Judy at this point, or maybe not comment. Steve, Kim, any follow-up?
No, sir. We're meeting with the elected officials and the appointed department heads tomorrow morning to discuss the implementation. I know that we're in the process of putting signage at all of our entrances, advising that masks are required for entry. All of the entrances to most, if not all of our buildings are continue to be metered, meaning the public does need to ring the doorbell. We've had a couple of sour exchanges with individuals who did not like to be prevented from entering the building. But again, nonetheless, that is for the safety of the public as well as our staff. And so we'll continue to do that. We've done this before. And so second time around, there's some bugs we work out from the first time to the second time, but we'll continue to do this. And it's, and we all know this, we all know the reality is that this is going to be a journey, and we continue to see advances, and we're going to see some retreats, and we modify. It's an emergency that reoccurs. It's a reoccurring emergency. We still have the Emergency Operations Center. Kim is still the incident commander for the response. We're beefing up with regard to staffing, additional staffing, because of the grants that we're receiving. And so, we're certainly, as much as we would like to, and we want to at some point to say, I think we're in the tail end of it. We're going to be taking a little more of a long route to get to the end, but we're here.
Yeah, we certainly are. Well, again, as everybody has expressed, really appreciate all the work that staff's been doing. Unfortunate on where we are, but we are in an emergency. We continue to use CDC recommendations, follow the most recent science associated with it, and can we get behavior modification within our communities to actually everybody help each other. We definitely don't want to see our children or those compromised fall ill or have worse consequences with this. With that, I think we've covered this item. Next item, we're a little bit behind schedule. Let me pause for a second here. It's for staff as well as the board. I think it would be good. We take a 5-minute. I know we're behind, but we can catch up, and we're hitting lesser levels of intensity in what we have this afternoon also. So why don't we take 5, try and get back here at 3:45, and then we'll continue with item 47, which is a presentation associated with our legislative agenda. We're at 3:45. Let's see. Got Steve there, Patrice there. Let's see if Geronimo and Judy are out there. There's Geronimo. Okay, we got a quorum at this point. Why don't we hop right into it? So I'll turn to Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is the agenda item we're on, is to discuss legislative update. A couple of items at the federal level, and I'm going to call impromptu to a board member who wishes to discuss or announce the news about secure rural schools. I know that Patrice has been close to the issue. Lucinda. I think actually Lucinda jumped over to do an exec session. So Patrice, do you want to comment on secure rural schools?
Yes, I'm not sure what you wanted me to do, but obviously we want the reauthorization of secure rural schools as part of NACO. We're co-sponsors of the co-sponsors of the request to Congress for the reauthorization and full funding of secure rural schools. I'd be happy to go into them. I think that's all you need from me.
Yep, that's the big one. And I think there is also recent information that there was a reauthorization.
It was reauthorized and it was fully funded.
Yes, so that is for the next 2 years, I believe.
And for 2 years, and I'm sure that was totally because Coconino County's request.
Pretty much. So once again, we're rattling our chains and people listen. And so again, and Mr. Chair, you've been close to this issue for decades, secure rural schools. And so do you want to make some comments on just the journey to get to this point?
Well, actually, I mean, it's so important when you take a look at the broader issue for the sake of this meeting and folks out there. Secure rural schools, it's a combination of, we have a lot of federal lands. There's a history associated with this, and we can't collect property taxes, and yet there are obligations from the school perspective to provide services for all employees, federal employees, as well as community. Tucson's a great example, but you can use other school districts where there's a small tax base, inequity associated with other businesses. The concessionaires don't pay into it, but there's a need to provide services for schools. So this is really important that this money can be brought to the schools, but we also have the roadside. We provide, we have large roads such as Lake Mary Road, which represents a large portion of our road budget, but it's on federal lands, and yet it connects communities. And we also provide maintenance on Forest Service roads, where the federal return associated with that is very important for us. So the great work for our whole team, but Patrice, you're on WIR, each one of our board members in various capacities. I don't know how I got my hand up there. Oh, that's not my hand, that's my pointer. When you put it over your face, it turns into a hand. So it's like the fly that comes into the screen on the TV or something like that. But anyway, just quickly, it's great work for everybody. Bob and Anna. Yeah, if we didn't rattle them, I know the other Western states, they'd be quiet. They wouldn't hop behind us, right? No, great work out there. Really appreciate it.
Excellent. And then the other, I think soon to be announcement, possibly this week, will be the status of the infrastructure bill. And so I know there's a version of it that's being considered by a chamber of our Congress this week. And so we may have an announcement next week. Of course, looking at the infrastructure bill and some of the local benefits with regard to funding streams that would hit the local level. So confident about that as well. I wanted to talk to you. I'm going to share my screen, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Hang on a minute now that I'm going to, it's asking me to do something different. So oh, I don't want to show that one. Let me just stop the share. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Okay, you should be seeing the county policy proposal summary for the 2021 legislative session. And this is the CSA document. I'm highlighting the couple of bills that, or a couple of areas that we brought through the process last year. One is short-term vacation rentals regulation. And I'll just very quickly create equity and uniformity in how short-term vacation rental properties are classified in relationship to traditional hotels and the transient lodging industry by partnering with ACO to introduce and support a bill similar to SB 1490. And so this was a proposal for last year. And then also the second proposal was support state smart highway corridors, support state funding, leveraging of federal resources, regional and tribal partnerships to create critical first mile conduit and fiber optic installation along I-19, 17, and 40, and middle mile infrastructure north of I-40 along 89 and Highway 160 to the state line. So these were the two proposals that were forwarded through the CSA process last year. I wasn't here for part of the session, so I'm not sure, and I would have to defer to members of the board to determine if either of these efforts did get any traction in our session from last year. Mr. Chair.
So yeah. Steve, the governor had it in his budget for the broadband component. Yeah, that was budgeted. Now we need to see the implementation.
Right.
And that fits well with the piece you noticed earlier today. We're going to have a work session associated with broadband. It might be worth just seeing if we have a gap out there, but I think that part was covered for that infrastructure. It's how do we get that money targeted? That's the next phase of it. In terms of the short-term rentals, what happened with that is we almost got across the finish line, to be honest with you, but then they pulled back because of the COVID circumstance. What were they going to do through legislative session? They pulled back from bills as well as the budget and what they chose to do. So they put a lot of these things that were ready to go over and be acted on hold. So it looks like we're going to have to restart it again. Armando has been a champion at ACO as well as working together with us, our assessor Armando Ruiz. And so I think it would make sense. We almost got there. Let's try again and see if we can get there. If it's okay with the rest of the board associated with that. But that, we're trying to work on an issue that we have. How do we get there with tax equity for one? We also were a little bit in the conversation this year, CSA was, because cities were leading the previous legislative cycle on some of the, actually because the legislature moved it forward. Kavanaugh has been one that's brought forward some of the regulation associated with short-term rentals. So we want to be in that discussion related to that. Steve, you probably want to go over these and go ahead, Patrice.
Chair Ryan, if I can ask you a question, and I'm not sure if this is for you or for Steve, but I know that this is in anticipation of the CSA conference, legislative session and conference down in Prescott that's coming up. Will we have an opportunity then to present legislative proposals? Is this a time for the county to do so, much like we just did for NACO? Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Horstman, that is correct. And so the roadmap that CSA uses, I've put up on the screen with regard to the process. Currently, we are right now in terms of county legislative proposals and resolutions. So items such as the ones that came from last year would be developed or identified at this time. While we do have an August 9th date, I'm sure we could buy a few more days from that, just based on the fact that our board would be meeting on the 10th to finalize it. And so putting it for discussion and for consideration. I know there are a couple of items that we would want to consider for the next session. One related to theme park legislation. And this is for the theme park legislation that enables the community of Williams to pursue that opportunity. However, the current legislation does have the Board of Supervisors to be a governing body for that, as opposed to it being more of a local process through possibly the city council. And so that's one area that, of course, we would want to encourage local involvement through their own, through the city council, as opposed to the Board of Supervisors. And then the other that has been discussed is lighting on ADOT highways due to our dark sky communities of interest here. That the LED lighting that's being used at this time by ADOT to light some of the intersections or the traffic and the TIs on interstates does have, of course, a counterproductive impact on our dark sky community. And so those are two examples of proposals that we would want to be considering through board discussion to forward to CSA for ongoing consideration.
So, Mr. Chair, then if that's the case, and I don't know if you're asking for this right now, but obviously, Lula, just a sec. If the short-term vacation rental regulation, I think is really important to bring forward. And also the support state smart highway corridors. I know that's something that Supervisor Fowler has been very involved with, and county broadband improvement districts. And then something that I have been working on is recreation districts. So I would also like to see going forward on those areas. And I absolutely agree with that ADOT lighting situation. I think that's important for us to take a stand on.
So, actually consider this a dialogue. So Geronimo and Judy, please, weigh in it as we go through this. One piece, sometimes there's legislation that we have a proposal that doesn't fully fit CSA itself. We might want to have their endorsement, but we don't necessarily need to run it through CSA. I would say, but we want to run our own legislation associated with it. And we need to weigh it out, which ones do we put in the CSA pool versus which ones do we work on? I would suggest that for the theme park one and for the lighting issue, those ones don't necessarily fit in the CSA pool so much as legislation we need to work on, and would hope that, I would suggest that we put them in a pool that the board supports. We do want to do legislative push for them. We, at some point, if they come before CSA, we want CSA endorsement, but not run it through the CSA. Okay, here's our legislative bill that we have with those two. They're more specific to us. The recreation districts is, I like it. What's your concept, Patrice? I mean, we've tried to approach those before, but special districting is kind of weird. So
well, and I'm not sure we want it as a quote special district, and nor have I seen the Gila County proposal. But I think that it would be great to talk about a recreation area plans. And I'm not sure we need to do that through CSA either. That's why I was kind of saying, what's the role and purpose of this? But, you know, to address things such as off-road vehicles, which is a very big issue for us here in Coconino County. So I'd actually like to take a look and see what that Gila had in mind there. I have a feeling it may be related to that, but I don't know that. So that's why I was saying, what do we want to do? What's our role here? What do we want to present? Obviously, short-term rentals, that's clearly a state statute. And I think the smart highway corridors, and I think number 2, I'm not sure whether we were involved with number 3 before, and Chair Ryan, you might know that, but I know that Supervisor Fowler was very involved in number 2 at one point, so.
The broadband was brought together in a broader sense and then became a CSA-wide initiative. You know, along that line, a similar one that we constantly move forward, but has become a CSA priority. So do we need to run it? We just want to make sure it's in there, would be transportation, the funding associated with transportation on that. What that becomes with these infrastructure bills will change the dynamic, but it probably wouldn't hurt for us to be out there with that. So
and maybe we look towards statutes in terms of off-road vehicles and maybe the control of off-road vehicles through counties.
So we need to get, you know, we have a little bit of time, not much, but we have a little bit of time. Is it something that, you know, we can have beat around, you know, from a staff perspective, reach out to CSA, see if they have anything out there. And then, you know, maybe we bring something back to us that we could propose.
Sure.
Would that work, Patrice?
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, I see that it's coming up quickly and I'm just not quite sure what we need to do for it. So I think that'd be a great way to start.
Yeah, it's you know, and it's kind of hard. We're coming out of the COVID year. And so normally we would have other pieces organized, but legislation was held up last year and it, you know, it changes the demands that we have. Geronimo, are you okay with discussion so far?
Yes, I am. Just viewing over the proposals, I think all of them, it encompasses the majority of what we need to be looking at. And so, yeah, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Yeah, and these are legislative items that were last year. Not all of these went through on it. So it gives you an idea of what we had, right, Steve?
Yes. So at the summit itself, what occurs similar to the NACO process, where the topics are presented by the submitting county. There's dialogue, debate, discussion on those proposals to identify the viability of proposals, the reality of the political climate with regard to the particular proposals. And so again, it's very similar to the NACO process, of course, at a state level.
Yeah, and at the top of my head, I'm not going to be able to tell you each one's, not all this went through last year. We limited, you know, we reduced it down to less than half. And part of it is, you know, political opportunity. If you have too many of these, you know, can we get them all through? We start to have those discussions and or, you know, periodically, you know, as I was noting for the theme park piece, it might be specific to one county, but the rest of the counties doesn't make sense. So we do go through those discussions. And then every once in a while you get one that there's a red herring that nobody wants to touch, but somebody proposes. So
that's
those
when
dynamics will occur.
That's when the room altogether does this. Oh no!
Who wants to tell them?
No, Mr. Chair, if I could, so we can certainly. I did send this information out to each of your inboxes this morning. I will follow up with providing I think we do have a little flexibility on the deadline. So the 9th is not a hard and fast date. I know that it's a target date, and we try to be as prompt as we can. But I think CSA understands that there are going to be issues that may take a little longer to research. With regard to the recreation bill, the recreation area plan, I'm assuming Supervisor Horstman, that may include involvement from the Forest Service for recreation on the Forest Service land as well. And so we may want to do a stakeholder meeting with Forest Service on that at the local level to tease out a few of the questions that you might have or observations. So we can work on putting that together with local forest. Okay. And then again, if there's anything else that we need to make an adjustment to, we can certainly do that. But again, I wanted to put on your radar. Again, a little short time period, but again, I think we have flexibility with CSA to submit proposals. If I can go back to the roadmap. So yes, so the summit does occur in Prescott on October 29th through October 1st. And I know that your district directors should have received the information on the conference site as well as accommodations. And so you may want to ask that of your district director. If you are intending to attend, please, as we get closer to that date, let us know, because we'll need to do the appropriate quorum postings because you will all be in session at that time.
Yeah, September, Steve, you said October 29th.
I'm sorry, September 29th.
Yeah, so it's a little bit earlier. Usually it's the second week of October. It's a little bit earlier than they normally have it. And for our sake, we have a little bit more time to put together our stuff. We work together, to present. We create a strategy going into this legislative piece. Where are our priorities? What's happening with the other proposals? Dynamics can change during the dialogue, and then we huddle again and say, okay, with the dynamics, they'll support us if we support that. Just to give you an idea of general pattern that we see when we move into these legislative conferences or retreats. It really is a good. It's neat. It's neat to participate in.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, that is all I wanted to report on today with regard to legislative items. But we'll certainly take any questions or direction from staff at this time, from board at this time.
Yeah, let me just check in with Judy. I checked in with Geronimo, and trying to see my screen here. Judy, are you okay with where our discussion has gone here?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, Steve, with that, a quick introduction. I have one other piece of note. The lighting piece. Mm-hmm. We've got the astronomers meeting as part of the implementation committee and spinoffs of that with joint land use study. So the astronomers are talking about this. I know the Navy has an interest. Can we get special lighting zones? Not just that, but the LEDs. They're bringing them in with white light where low pressure sodium would not have as broad a wavelength or range in lighting. But we may have to approach the federal piece of that before coming up with the state proposal. But I want to bring that to the attention of the board. Usually we develop our federal a little bit later, but they might sync up, and it's we're going to hear some of the recommendations from the astronomers. So probably not a state legislative piece this year, but beginning the dialogue and then move towards it next year. If that changes, we'll have staff as well as we'll bring it back from the committees to let you know what's happening with that.
Very good.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Wrap on legislative, Steve?
That's it. And now you're 6 minutes ahead of schedule.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So we have District 4, Judy Begay, to have a presentation going back to board roundtable.
Okay. We've been involved with the redistricting and we really have regarding the rural diverse and also in the efforts for redistricting. And one of the things that came up is that the Navajo Nation kind of wanted to be on its own as in one area. And I know that from past, I understand that there was something that happened, possibly a lawsuit or something, but that was kind of mentioned to us on Saturday when Patrice and I went to Window to Sholo. So that kind of disturbed me, and so I just don't know how that's going to pan out. But basically, I think it's probably going to change when the new administration might be coming in too. So, but that's just the thing, and as far as getting the redistricting efforts. So the Navajo Nation floods, they're asking for sandbags, including Monkopi, Talani Lake, Loop, and Bird Springs. And I want to thank Wes and Lucinda and Sue for helping with that request, and also their meeting. They schedule meetings like this morning where we had a meeting 8 o'clock till about 9:30 or so. And in there, they're talking about what the condition of the roads, what needs to be done, who's doing what, and they're just kind of doing a report to one another and what else needs to get done. So they have that going on with all the chapters on the reservation, and council delegates are involved. And of course, the president and the vice president, and Teresa Galvin, who is a staff assistant. She's having that done. So I think it might be a weekly thing. So we're expecting to have another. And we had Wes do a presentation. I thought that was good, where the county is really involved in helping with some parts of the roads on Navajo. So I think that was a big plus, on behalf of the county. And there was four graders out there from the county that were pretty much working on the roads. So they felt content with that. The NACO conference in Maryland, a lot of networking. There are new things. Met with a lot of people and things that, as far as a lot of educational stuff. So I was happy to attend and be part of that conference. I think it was like everything was like introductory, and it's helped me to better understand, the topics that they were discussing. So, and then also, I guess the vaccination portion of this whole thing, I think it was already said that we really need to look at other avenues and go at it the second time around, and to keep our numbers down and things like that. So I'm glad that's going to be looked into. So anyway, I just those are the things that's been ongoing, and just actually made a visit out to these areas where the floods are at, and kind of reached out to some of the people and drove around there and just talking to them and see what kind of help they would like to see, and talked about how the county can help more in those areas, and it was nice, but again, like I said, we really need to not be reactive, but we should be proactive in a lot of these things like that. And I did mention that, and then I did mention the road to them from Coal Mine Mesa to Talani Lake. It really bothers me that part of that road, there's 30 some plus miles of road that's out there, and about 21 of those miles is into Hopi. So I asked the president, vice president, asking them, maybe we need to reroute that so that we can get that road on the Navajo Nation NDOT, so that we can better serve the communities that are out there in that area. So I know that I also talked to the council delegate, Mr. Walker, and he has some materials. I guess there's some time, a point in time, they were discussing that and they started to do some legwork on it. A resolution was made and he's going to be digging out that information. Plus also the previous council delegate, Walter Phelps, he had put some information together. So I think, you know, it's about time that, you know, we go in there and as far as working on it is what I told them, because, you know, there was a fatality there and little did I know that, you know, that road is kind of dangerous, and especially right where the bridge is. So I did mention that to the chairman, Hopi chairman, when he was over at the IRC meeting, letting him know that, you know, I think we really need to talk about the road there. He kind of didn't really say too much about it, but I think, you know, he's open to it. So there might be something that we might be able to talk with him about. So I'm trying to advocate on people in District 4, and then also again still attending chapter and planning meetings. And normally those are on weekends, and then also during weekdays. Some of them have their meetings, but they're usually like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So been busy with that, and then also other in the southern part we've been involved too. So just being visible, and then just making sure that, you know, we're in contact with the family. So, but alongside of that, you know, learning new things and just trying to advocate. And I did that to let them know this morning that we will continue to advocate. And so I just want to thank Lucinda and Wes and also Sue, you know, for really taking part in with the Navajo Nation conferencing that happens when they schedule that. So thank you very much. And I want to also thank Cheryl for my district director for being involved, and also Naomi, because they're running with things like Cheryl just delivered I think 4,000 sandbags to Talani Lake and Loop area, or Bird Spring and Loop earlier today. So anyway, I just want to say thank you to everyone, and I guess we all have to just keep trucking and see where it takes us to. But you know, we're here to serve the community, and that's what we're here for. So thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Chair, you're back on.
Okay, I'm back. Let me get rid of my phone. Sorry. My Wi-Fi went. Yeah, there, now I got rid of my phone. Just throw it in the other room. Okay, that'll work. I'll figure out how to do that later. My Wi-Fi went out in the middle of that, so I apologize. With that, I think just quickly, I'll skip a report on District 3. I can update you in future meetings as what happened in my area. Just a note that, again, I've been, you know, putting out letters as they staffs needed them related to the infrastructure bill. We all coordinated the IRC meetings. Y'all know what happened with that, so I don't have to speak about that. Steve, Patrice, and I met with Downtown Business Alliance, Terry Medeska, just to get caught up on what their plan was, just to make the board aware of that. You know, there are implications as it relates to our capital plans, discussions we've had in the past versus, you know, what staff will bring to us in the future. If you look at our planning calendar, Steve's putting together a capital component that he'll bring forward to us in the future. And then Geronimo and I don't know if this was before break or after break, met with Rick Lopez talking about housing, and just a note about that one. And I think, let's see, that should be it. You know, we have enough going on. That's my chair's report. But we've got quite a few executive sessions that we need to next move towards. So I think we can wrap up roundtable, move into, pardon me, item 48. It's consideration of possible approval of proposal. Oh, is this written correctly?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, what you're going to be doing right now is voting to go into executive session. You will be leaving the Zoom platform and going over to Teams. And Teams is on your calendars. And so again, you'll need to take the action to go into executive session in this session now.
Okay, and we will be, I'm just checking our items here. I'm trying to catch up to our discussion we had during roundtable. So are we going to cover all our items in executive session? We have one that we'll have to come back to later on, right?
Yes, so you'll be covering items 48, 48 and 49 in this executive session. And then
50 maybe too.
It looks like 50. And then you'll be coming back out to go into flood control. So the next at least 3 items will be in the exec session that you're going to be voting to go into exec session for at this time.
Yeah, we had discussions with Rose, actually probably wait. We had discussions whether we would be coming in or out, but we have all 3 wrapped together.
We do, but I should add that there will likely be some actions. There may be some actions if the board chooses after these first 3 executive sessions, just to wrap up those particular items before the board considers resolving as the flood control district and hearing that last executive session.
Okay, so there's we will come back out of executive session for items 48, 49, and 50. Okay, but I need a motion to go into executive session for those items. Go ahead, Patrice.
I will be happy to make a motion, and from what I understand from our legal counsel that she's allowing us to go in for all 3. So at this time, I would move to go into executive session for items 48, 49, and 50 pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 and A4.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
For the sake of the public, as noted, we'll be coming back out and then going back into open session when we come out of the executive session. And we still have item 50 after that for the flood control district. For the sake of the board, as noted by Steve, make sure that you get out of Zoom and then go into the other item we have on our calendar for executive session.
It's a Teams invite.
Teams, thank you. Couldn't think of that.
Okay, we'll see you in cyberspace.
Okay, we're coming back into open session. We'll give time for the board members to join us associated with this. And the next item that we will be taking a look at would be item 48. Let's see. And how are we doing?
We're missing a few.
Is that Steve?
Yep, you're missing a few folks.
Yeah, yeah. I was looking at our attendance out there. Okay.
Chair Ryan, looks like we've got the 4 supervisors.
Okay, fantastic. So, as noted, we're coming out of executive session. We have item 48 is consideration and possible approval of a proposed settlement of tax valuation dispute between Coconino County, Arizona, and BP Flagstaff Mall LLC and Harkins Cinema LLC involving the county parcel number 113-82-014 for tax years 2017 through 2022. And so I'll turn to our board members to consider an action associated with this. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I hereby make a motion authorizing the county attorney's office to accept a settlement on the county's behalf on the Coconino County, Arizona versus Flagstaff Mall LLC and Harkins Cinema for tax years 2017 through 2022.
And that's associated with the, yeah, okay. Excellent. I have a motion. I need a second. I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. I didn't hear that voice though, just for the sake of clerk's record. Voice that. Are you out there? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. All right, fantastic. All right, I have a second. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Looks like we have a unanimous vote in favor of the motion. Next item is item 49, consideration and possible approval for proposed settlement of litigation in Neon Acquisitions LLC, CDC Flagstaff LLC versus Coconino County. And rather than read out the rest of the item, I'll turn to the board for a motion associated with that, which would include the rest of the information. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I would at this time make a motion to authorize the county attorney's office on behalf of the county to enter into a proposed settlement of litigation in Neon Acquisitions LLC, CDC Flagstaff LLC, v. Coconino County in TX 2020-000822.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. And I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay. And so just to note, item 50, direction was given to the county attorney's office on item 50, which brings us up to item 51. For item 51, we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so.
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Need a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. So in this, again, I'll turn to County Attorney's Office. Is it your advice that we go into executive session?
Yes, Chair Ryan, it is my advice that the board do so. And I would also state that it is possible the board may be coming back into public session to make a motion after this particular item. So I just wanted to note that as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rose. So I need a motion to do so. We just made the flood control motion. I was getting lost there. So I need a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
So that was Supervisor Horstman with the motion, a second by Supervisor Begay, or I guess we're directors in this case. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, so again, board members need to, and anybody involved in the executive session, you need to turn off your Zoom so it's not active, and then go into the Teams meeting for the executive session. And for the public, we should be coming out of this before we adjourn for the day with the potential possibility of an action as noted by the county attorney. With that, I'm leaving the meeting.
It's a race between platforms.
All right. Okay. We're coming out of executive session, coming back into regular session. In this case, we are acting as the Flood Control Board of Directors. And we just need to make sure that we get everybody back here. They do what I just did. I hop back into our executive session. So tis the end of the day, isn't it? Yeah. All right. I see Judy out there. We have Geronimo.
He's there.
Oh, there, down in the corner. I'm doing the Brady Bunch, trying to see where everybody is in the box here. There he is. Okay. And then just making sure, Lindsay, there you are. Okay. Good deal. And Rose is there. Steve's there. All right. We're now acting in the capacity, as noted, in the capacity as the Board of Directors, and we're dealing with item 51, which was discussion and consultation and possible direction for the board's legal counsel associated with the county flood control district versus the town of Tucson. And I'll turn back to the board for our next step in the process. I believe we need an action. It looks like Supervisor or Director Horstman would like to make a motion here.
Yes, at this time, I would make a motion that we authorize the county attorney's office to proceed as recommended through their legal advice.
Okay, I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by motion by Director Horstman, a second by Director Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All right. And with that, motion carries unanimously. So next item is that we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Motion by Director Begay. Second, could you do it verbally, Geronimo?
I will second.
This one. Second by Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we are the Board of Supervisors at the tail end of the day. Any notes of last meeting notes, Steve? You good with where we are at this
Mr.
point?
Chair, you are right on time. It's 2 minutes till 5:30. So.
Oh my gosh, do you hear that? I'm going to set a record here. Look at this. We have a chatty board. We've always been over on this. And so
Set the
it didn't have to do with my managing the meeting there. Anyway, I'm going to get myself in trouble. So before I do, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting and thank everybody for your attendance. Great job, board members, staff. Really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.